You gotta mute. Wait. Mute. Oh. No. Yeah. Okay, dear Lord. All right, interpreter, can you hear me? Do I sound good? Okay. She's interpreting, so I'm assuming it's going well. Where are our captions? Can you move the mouse? There we go. All right. Perfect. All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming here today. We're really excited to see you, to have you at yet another edition of the Game Accessibility Conference here in London. My name is Tara Velker, so I'm going to be your host for this adventure today. I'm the co-director of the Game Accessibility Conference, along with my co-conspirator, Ian Hamilton, who for most of this event, you won't actually see in this room. He'll be somewhere else hiding and will magically reappear later when there are food or drinks involved. If there's one thing that Ian absolutely hates, it's doing live presentations. And after last year's technical fiascos, he had to present live. And so his goal for this year was to resume going into hiding. And so his talks have been pre-recorded, but he is here, just somewhere in the wilderness of the Pullman. So I'm going to start off with a bunch of logistics, because who doesn't love starting off their morning with logistics? First, if you need any assistance for any reason while here at the conference, please just look for one of our staff members. We have the black badges, and we will be able to assist you. There's me, Max, and then we have Topher and Ben up at the front. I may also draft Wobbly if we get too busy. He said I could. That's his own fault. He shouldn't have said it. But again, if you need any assistance, please feel free to reach out. A couple other things, if you would like to use the hearing loop, we do have one set up. It works for these two tables right here in the front that are in the little tape box area. So if you need the hearing loop, please come up here. And if you need to use the accessible toilet, that is going to be towards the theater. It's not near the other bathrooms, so I just like to call out where it is. So if you just go kind of back towards the main entrance. Again, if you need help, our staff are more than happy to help you find that. And for our folks in person, if you need a quiet space, we do actually have two this year. So the first is going to be in the lobby of the theater, but we did get a little bit of a heads up that there are going to be some workmen going in and out of that space later. They're not working in there, but since that may provide a disruption, the Pullman was polite enough to also give us an additional space downstairs. So if you go, there's a little area behind a curtain and it says that's closed off. That's closed off for us. So you're welcome to use that as well. And then to all of our in-person attendees, I want to thank you again for taking the time to COVID test and make sure everyone is as safe as possible. At every event, we find at least one person who actually tests positive, and that was true again this year. So that just, we really appreciate you taking the time. No one was exposed. They actually caught it at home before they even got here. Don't do that. Um, See, and this is what happens when you have a host who has ADHD. If you interrupt the train of thought, it's gone. It doesn't matter that I have notes. Where was I in notes? I don't know. Wasn't really using it. Okay. So to the more fun logistics for the day. So one of the things that's really important to us is keeping everyone both here and online together, networking, having the same discussions. So all of our networking, communication, and Q&A are all going to be done via Discord. So when you registered, you should have received a link. If you didn't get it, please, again, let one of us know and we will get you a link. We have worked really hard to set up something that we think is fantastic. So how we have it rolling is we have one talk or one chat channel per talk. So if you would like to talk about that specific talk, if you would like to ask the speaker a question, please go to that specific channel and keep it in there. We do ask that you stay on topic in each of individual channel. As we move to a different talk, please move to the appropriate channel. But we understand there's a lot of fantastic things that we want to share with everyone. So we have a lot of other channels as well, such as the Introduce Yourself channel and the Business channel, just so people can get to know you and you can share not only yourself and what you are doing for work, but if you are looking for others to join you, we have space for that. And of course, we have some of the off-topic channels because those are some of my absolute favorites. We have threads, we have pets, we have snacks, and I really, really, really hope that you all contribute to those channels as well. We've developed a really fun culture here at the conference, and it is really fueled by these off-topic channels. So please take the time to go and fill some of those out. For the event today, as you can all see, our primary viewing experience is going to be the Zoom webinar. We really recommend, if you can watch it on Zoom, that you do it on Zoom, because it has more flexibility in things like the captions display or making the interpreters larger, smaller, whatever you need. But if for some reason you cannot watch it live, we do have a backup stream on YouTube. That also means if for some reason you miss a talk and you want to go back, you're able to watch that YouTube live stream immediately so that you don't miss anything. That's also going to be great for all of our North America friends who are going to be joining us in a few hours and aren't going to catch any of these talks because it is far too early their time. Now, of course, we can't make this sort of event happen without all of our lovely sponsors. So I do want to take a minute to thank them as we kick off the start of the day. So first off, thank you to our gold sponsors of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox. They have been contributors since the very beginning. Of course, the Sony folks over there are like, yeah, that's us. Of course, Amazon Games and Rockstar coming in at silver sponsors. Like Rockstar has been a bunch of people. I was waiting to see if you were going to like challenge the Sony table to like a clap off, and you didn't. So a little disappointed. We'll try again tomorrow. And then finally, all of our bronze sponsors, and we do have a lot this year. So thank you to Ubisoft, Tencent, Riot Games, Player Research, Descriptive Video Works, Alchemy Labs, Scopely, Electronic Arts, Reed Speaker, and Shara. So thank you to all of our bronze sponsors. And of course, you may have noticed that some of those sponsors are new, sponsoring for the first time, because as it turns out, there's always new and amazing updates happening every year in the world of game accessibility and new companies getting in on the fun and the mission. And that's why we're really excited to kick this conference off, same way we do every year, with the news update from our very own co-director, Ian Hamilton. Give me just a minute and I will roll the video. Technical difficulty. Hi, webinar. We're having technical difficulties. One moment.
Hello and welcome to the first talk. I'm Ian, one of the organisers, and when I'm not doing GaConf stuff, I'm also an accessibility specialist working in consultancy and advocacy. Each edition of the conference always starts off with a news update, a whistle-stop tour of some highlights of the progress that we've seen in the 6 months since the previous edition of the conference. Even though it's only highlights, there's still a lot to pack in, so it's going to be coming at you quickly. But you don't need to keep notes or look things up, because at the end I will give you a document. That document will have links to everything that I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to cover 7 topics: assistive tech, resources for players and developers, legal developments, events, games, and people. So first up, assistive tech. The PlayStation Access Controller has been a staple of these news talks for a while, and with good reason. And it's here again, this time for a bit of a different reason. The Access Controller has now been on the market for more than a year, and to mark the first anniversary, PlayStation have produced a mini documentary called Game Changers, putting the community at the forefront, showcasing stories of people who've been using it, how they've been using it, and the impact it has on people's lives. It's a really lovely piece of work. I definitely recommend checking out. And like I said, I'll be giving you links to this and everything else at the end. Next up, some news about Steam Deck. They've been adding support for a wide range of input devices, and as part of that have worked directly with BioWave to implement native support for their modular Proteus controller. For people in the UK of a certain age, like myself, this photo really needs no introduction, and might be a surprise for some of you to see it in a news talk in 2025. But if you look up at the top left, this actually isn't the ZX Spectrum, it's a modern remake manufactured by Retro Games Limited. The Spectrum was a wildly popular device that transformed the home computing industry in the UK and beyond, with thousands of published games. And this modern version of the machine adds accessibility at system level in the form of 4 save slots and a 40-second rewind feature available across every one of those thousands of games. This kind of functionality is sometimes present in software emulators too, and it's a really beautiful example of the power that system level features have for opening up access to legacy titles that might not have considered accessibility first time around. And back to the present, the Wingman FGC2 converter has arrived, aimed primarily at letting PlayStation 5 users use custom fighting game controllers. But it also opens up other controllers too, making it possible to use something like a Hori Flex or an Xbox Adaptive Controller on a PS5. So on the topic of Xbox, now we arrive at the Microsoft section. So settle in, we're going to be here for a while. First up, we have the gameplay layout for the Windows on-screen keyboard. This is a redesigned layout with the keys in a neat grid for optimal D-pad or stick navigation, together with Xbox-style shortcuts like X for backspace or clicking the left stick in for shift. This was actually released quite a while back. It appeared very briefly in a preview build before being pulled, but it's back again and looks like it's now here for good. Next, but related, is an upgrade for the Xbox Adaptive Controller, allowing Xbox Adaptive Controller inputs to be mapped to keyboard or mouse inputs. And another, which lets you map the hat switch of a flight stick to a second stick. So that means that a single one-handed flight stick can be used as a full twin stick controller. This is awesome, and it's something that the community has been crying out for since the adaptive controller launched. And last, but by no means least, the launch of the Xbox adaptive joystick. This is a simple input device consisting of an analog stick and 6 digital buttons, with support for 3D printed stick toppers and a screw thread on the bottom for easy mounting. It can be used together with the Xbox adaptive controller. It can be used together with a second adaptive joystick. It can be used together with a standard Xbox controller, or it can just be used on its own as a standalone individual device. And it costs £25 or $30. AT typically has smaller production runs, which means higher per unit costs. So seeing devices like this and the 8-bit Do Lite hitting for such a low price is really incredible. It wasn't long ago that you'd expect to pay 10 times that. It means a democratization of access to technology, which is especially important when you see the data on how disability can sometimes relate to disposable income. This proliferation of input devices is fantastic. Devices like the HoriFlex, the BioWare Proteus, the PlayStation Access Controller, and the Xbox Adaptive Joystick are all exceptional examples of inclusive design, taking very different approaches and benefiting different kinds of groups. But they are in walled gardens. They're platform specific. Elizabeth Sivertson, who you might know as Arevia, has just been posting about her journey to get the Xbox Adaptive Joystick working with a Nintendo Switch. And she managed it. There's a really nice video of her playing Mario Kart with an adaptive joystick in one hand and an adaptive controller underneath her foot. But it took a week of work, and it meant experimenting with lots of expensive adapters. So who knows, maybe someday one of these news update talks will be about open standards, about players being able to use the device that best suits their needs on the platform of their choice. Or maybe not, but I can dream. And last of all for AT, the grand unveiling of the Switch 2. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this now because there'll be plenty to talk about in the next conference once it's actually out. But as part of the big reveal, they also revealed accessibility info, with a lovely page showcasing video demos of a bunch of new features from chat transcription through to text scaling. And this is the text scaling in action. That's what you're looking at the screen at the moment. And that's quite something, eh? This degree of text scaling is not something we've seen in the console operating system ever before. It's setting a pretty awesome bar that I hope others can take inspiration from. Not just other platforms, but game developers as well. So fun times indeed for assistive technology, but it's time for the next topic now, which is resources, starting with resources for players. The Rehab Arcade launched, which is a phenomenal resource put together by GaConf regular Eric Johnson. It's aimed at helping occupational therapists figure out how to get people into or back into gaming, with assessment tools to figure out capabilities and ranges of movement and so on, to help figure out what kinds of assistive technology might work, and also what type of games might be suitable. The public beta of Able to Play launched, which is a profile-based discovery platform based on ratings of how accessible games are. There have been many attempts at rating accessibility over the decades, but they all fall over at the same point, that what's accessible to one person isn't accessible for another. Able to Play has a beautifully simple solution to this, which is making those ratings personal. You set up a personal profile which includes putting ticks next to features you want or need. The platform then compares them against which features games are tagged with and uses that comparison to give recommendations of how likely a game is to be accessible to you. So that rating isn't how accessible the game is, it's how accessible the game is to you. It's been making big waves in the community, and it being based around tagging brings me neatly onto something else that's also been making big waves, which is the Accessible Games Initiative. This is a project that has been running on the quiet for the past 5 years and was formally just announced at GDC. This is a project to develop a common language around accessibility, so defining precise criteria for what terms like remapping actually mean. so that if somebody implements a tagging system into their storefront, players can have confidence in what those tags actually mean. And this news is notable for a few reasons. Firstly, the project itself, what it is and what it's for. Secondly, what it's going to translate to, because a number of the companies involved, from Xbox, Nintendo to Ubisoft, have already publicly committed to implementing the criteria by rolling out tagging functionality based on them into their storefronts. And thirdly, because who's involved. So up here on stage alongside Paul Amadeus Lane, there's also Amy from EA, Dara from Google, Steve from Nintendo, Anna from Xbox, and David from Ubisoft. PlayStation were also involved in developing the idea, and a second raft of companies have now joined up, including Warner Brothers, Riot Games, Amazon Games, and Square Enix. All of these companies stepping across traditional borders to collaborate in a really unprecedented way, and doing it because of accessibility. The initiative is managed by the ESA, which is the USA's industry trade body, and they have sent me a message to pass on to you.
Hi everyone, I am Aubrey Quinn, Senior Vice President at the Entertainment Software Association, or ESA. As Ian mentioned earlier, ESA has the privilege of managing the new Accessible Games Initiative. We announced this initiative on the main stage at GDC last month, where I was joined by accessibility experts from 5 of our founding member companies: Electronic Arts, Google, Microsoft, Nintendo, and Ubisoft. You will be able to stream that session for free from the GDC Vault beginning April 16th, and we encourage you to check it out. This announcement has been years in the making, thanks to the relentless dedication of our founding member companies in their pursuit to make video games more accessible to more players. We couldn't be more proud of this project, and we are very excited for the future of the Accessible Games Initiative as we continue to grow. For more information about the Accessible Games Initiative, including a full list of our 24 inaugural tags and their criteria, check out our website, accessiblegames.com. We look forward to seeing all of you at GaConf in October, and until then, please let us know what you think.
So there we have it, the first content reveal for the October edition of the conference. We're going to have an in-depth look at the project and what went into it. And to tide you over until then, as Aubrey said, that hour-long GDC panel is going to be made publicly available on the GDC website in a couple of days' time, and you can look at the full criteria for the first phase of the initiative at accessiblegames.com. And one last new resource, and quite a different one. So for a number of years now, the Game Awards have had a category recognising innovation in accessibility. And for the first time this year, they added a dedicated page with write-ups of exactly what each of the finalists did to earn them their nominations, which is obviously tremendously useful for all of the public who are taking part in the public vote, but it's also a useful resource for other developers too, breakdowns of exactly what they should be investigating and learning from. Which brings me very neatly onto the next topic, resources for developers, tools, guides, and so on. First, the Unreal Engine Accessibility Toolkit, which is a free plugin aimed at doing some of the heavy lifting of some common accessibility considerations like subtitles and captions, high contrast modes, and remapping. Next, EA have had another wave of patent pledge action, sharing patents around speech recognition and speech generation, and also shared an open source Unreal plugin based on their, again, open source Iris photosensitive epilepsy analysis tool. Microsoft published their accessible packaging guide. This one isn't explicitly aimed at gaming, but gaming is where it came from. When the Xbox Adaptive Controller came out, the work they did on accessibility of the packaging was incredibly exciting for me, not just in its own right, but because of the potential it had for innovation from the games industry to benefit something vastly broader, potential to impact any industry that involves boxed product. The release of this resource marks the realisation of that potential. It's a 50-odd page document aimed at enabling other people in other industries to make their packaging more accessible. Even if you have no involvement in packaging yourself, I'd still really recommend having a skim through it. It's a great read and also nice insight into the thinking and research that's gone into the packaging of devices like the Xbox Adaptive Controller, the Xbox Adaptive Joystick, and also now rolled out across the Xbox console itself. Next, we have some examples of guidance aimed squarely at game developers. The first is by Laura Kate Dale, an excellent, in-depth, but also easy to read feature detailing a range of ways to make games more accessible to autistic players. The second is from RNIB. For anyone outside the UK, the Royal National Institute of Blind People is a hugely respected organisation in the UK. It's the UK's leading sight loss charity. They've been making a solid push into gaming for a while now, including hiring Sightless Combat as their accessible gaming research officer. And part of that work is their dev kit, which is an extensive new resource on how to make mainstream games accessible to blind players, broken down into challenge, ambience, participation and story. And this is complemented by their new player testing panel, a recruitment database of blind players available for user research and playtesting. If you want to do a good job and build features that actually work for the people you want to reach them with, you have to work with them. It's why the phrase "nothing about us without us" exists. And it's doubly so for blind accessibility, so please make use of this resource. It has the potential to push the industry forward by huge steps. And lastly, we have guidelines and a Unity package from HTC on implementation of subtitles into Vive VR games. And this is interesting for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because it's all about SRT files, which are a standard format used across other industries, based on time codes with inherent manual line breaking. By comparison, subtitles in games are a wild west of bespoke and often less than ideal solutions, so to see a platform pushing for uptake of standards like this is pretty cool. And secondly, because of the reason why they've provided it. It's because they made subtitling a mandatory certification requirement that all Vive games, and also other Vive content as well, have to have by later on this year. And the reason why they've done this is because somebody sued them over their content being inaccessible. And that lawsuit came to actually a pretty great conclusion. Personally, I don't think the plaintiff would have won the case, but Vive said, you know what, that's a good point. Content on our platform should be accessible. So instead of fighting the case and winning it, instead they settled it by making it a requirement for anyone publishing on the platform. Which gives me another convenient segue into the next topic, legal. Now, I've never had to do a whole section on legal before, but there are quite a few big things happening in this area at the moment. The first is the European Accessibility Act, which comes into force in July of this year. In the same way as other laws like CVAA and GDPR, it's protection for EU citizens rather than regulation of EU companies. So it affects any company anywhere in the world who wants to do business with EU citizens. It applies to digital technology in general, bringing the same kind of requirements that government bodies have been bound to for years across the private sector as well, with the goal of making people's lives easier by just having a single standard instead of lots of different individual accessibility laws in different countries. The first way it applies to the games industry is communication functionality. So it's the same deal as CVAA in the USA. If you're offering text or voice chat, then it has to be accessible to people with a wide range of disabilities. And so does any interface or information needed to navigate to and operate it. Hence the explosion since CVAA hit in 2019 of things like menu narration, speech-to-text or voice chat, text scaling and contrast, and so on. The second way it affects games is that it requires accessibility of e-commerce. E-commerce is defined by the law as any transaction taking place on a website or in a mobile app. So if you're making a mobile game that has microtransactions within it, that is then covered by it. So that e-commerce has to be accessible for players who are blind, have low vision, and so on. And the last way is that it requires accessibility of private sector websites, which obviously many game studios and publishers build or commission. Web accessibility is pretty straightforward compared to game accessibility, but is currently being hamstrung by something called overlays, which is companies making ludicrous claims that you can just insert a simple line of code and that will give you a little accessibility menu that guarantees full accessibility, full compliance with all standards, full protection from any legal action. Which is, of course, utter bollocks. That doesn't work for websites any more than it does games. But these products actually go even further. They actually make accessibility worse than not installing them. I'm not going to go into too much detail on why. I'll leave that to this excellent video by Hayden Pickering, which I've included in the list of links at the end. Huge news a couple of months ago was that one of these unscrupulous companies, called Accessiby, was finally pulled up on it and told that they're being fined $1 million for their lies. Lies that result in the victims they being conned being sued for having inaccessible websites. So if you ever see a website with an accessibility menu, it's safe to assume that the website has fallen for one of these cons and in fact doesn't do a good job of accessibility. And whatever you do, never ever sign up for one of these yourselves, and if you have, then please remove that accessibility overlay from your site immediately. There's also another piece of EU legislation that's very important to be aware of, and that is the GPSR, the General Product Safety Regulation. This is a Europe-wide law that does what it says on the tin. It makes it illegal to sell unsafe products. It's a refresh of existing legislation that came about to tighten up what's covered, in particular clarifying that software counts as a product, and also stating that disabled citizens have a right to safe products too. So products have to consider safety issues that are specific to certain disabilities. Now, generally speaking, games aren't unsafe, but there is a notable exception, photosensitive epilepsy, where design choices we make have the potential to cause serious injury. The way the law works is that if you comply with existing international or national standards, then you're presumed to be compliant with GPSR. And there is an international standard on seizure at risk avoidance, which was established in response to that infamous strobing Pokemon episode that hospitalised hundreds of kids. So this GPSR law effectively makes compliance with that standard mandatory, making it illegal for a game to have triggery effects. And it also makes having to turn it off by a setting illegal too. It specifies that it has to be done by default, by design. I've included links to the standard and also a simplified version of it in the list of links at the end. And there are automated testing tools you can use to help you with it as well, like the Harding FPA or EA's free tools that I mentioned earlier. The standard doesn't guarantee safety, it doesn't eliminate risk. It's actually a pretty basic bar intended to be easy for content producers to achieve. So if you want to know what you can do to go beyond that basic compliance, make sure you don't miss Stacey and Adarian's talk tomorrow morning. This is all pretty heavy stuff for Monday morning, I know, but actually for some people it isn't heavy stuff. Developers who already got their ship in order for CVAA will have no issue with the EAA's comms regulations. And all the studios and publishers who already follow seizure risk standards, which some of them have been doing for nearly 20 years now, will have no issues at all with GPSR. They already comply. It goes back to what I remember Tara saying back in like 2012 or something like that. She said, accessibility may not be required now, but you'd be better off tackling it now rather than someone step in later and require you to in the future. Prophetic words, and still relevant because anything you're doing today is putting you in a safer place for what might come tomorrow. Or to put it in the words of Carl Groves, would you rather tackle accessibility on your own timeline or in someone else's? And if you are ever in need of a business case argument for accessibility at your company, safeguarding against future legislation is a pretty strong one. So again, sorry for the serious talk, but it matters. Back to the fun stuff again though, starting with events. Just a couple of quick bits here. The first is the UK Game Accessibility Symposium, which took place in Tencent's offices in November. This followed on from Nothing Without Us in July, the Game Accessibility Gathering the week beforehand alongside Develop in Brighton, and of course GaConf in London in April. That's four in-person game accessibility developer conferences in the same country in the space of a year. That is just unheard of. And not going to lie, the fact it happens here in the UK does make me feel a bit patriotic. But that's actually going to change this year. Nothing Without Us is evolving. They are reverting to online only, But rather than just happening in July, they've now obtained non-profit status to enable them to do it all the way through the year. So if you're a fan of Molly and the rest of the crew and the work that they do, please throw them your support, including financially, so that they can keep doing it. And now, what's always my favourite bit of the talk? Well, everything I've mentioned so far is ultimately in service of, which is the games themselves, a celebration of the work that so many developers and their communities have put in leading up to the release of these games in the past 6 months. It's going to be a quick fire list of names, but again, they'll all be included in the document at the end, which also has links to exactly what they've done, and also lists many more games that I haven't got time to mention in the talk. So please check them out. Accessibility is a team effort across the whole industry, and there is so much wonderful work happening to learn from and be inspired by. Starting with games with bigger teams and budgets, games like Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Atomfall, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Avowed, South of Midnight, Life is Strange Double Exposure, Monster Hunter Wilds, Split Fiction, and Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, which also wins the award for the best name of any game ever. And indies too, games like Promise Mascot, Agency, Zexion, Rift to Timely Manor, Mythwrecked Ambrosia Island, Brock Natal Tale, Vampire Hunters, Rift the Necrodancer, Mythwalker, Wednesdays, PBJ the Musical, Dawnfolk, Slime Heroes, Mini City Mayhem. It's a real joy to track this and see the bar raise and raise each time. Many of the games that I've mentioned would be hands down winner of Best of the Year, even just 5 years ago. But a lot of what they're doing now is becoming increasingly common. And the bar is also being pushed for individual features too. So those names I mentioned include a proliferation of high contrast modes, includes a voice controlled audio game, ADHD and autism filter for sounds, mono panning for unilateral hearing loss, tone tags for captions, a Pokemon Go style geo game that lets you play from home, and so much more. But my favourite of all is the first proper glimpse of responsive design in Atomfall. Anyone who's worked in web will know what I mean. It's how websites have different layouts and components based on how much space is available. Invented as a way to use the same content across mobile, tablet and PC, but it's equally applicable to a user changing their text size. It's the only way that we can effectively achieve the scaling needed to meet the needs of not just players with low vision, but also things like streaming console games to phones as well. They've only managed to cover a small area of the UI with it, but that small step for Atomfall is a giant leap for the industry. Atomfall literally is the future of game UI design, so it's very exciting to see. And again, we're all in the race together, so please take their baton and run with it. But anyway, enough gas bagging about Atomfall. There'll be plenty of chance to hear about that in their talk tomorrow. There's been a lot of nice progress outside of new games too, in patches like their Star Wars Outlaws and Sea of Thieves. If you think Switch 2 text scaling I showed you earlier was pushing the bar, then you really need to check out what Sea of Thieves has done now with their custom text overlay. And progress in ports and remakes too, like Is Memoir, Tales of Grace F, Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, and also a swathe of new goodies in the mobile version of Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, which you'll hear more about later today. That brings me on to the final topic, the people who make it all happen. We have a few new full-timers to welcome to the field. Firstly, these two faces who I'm sure will be very familiar. They're both sat in the auditorium right now, Harriet Frayling and Matthew Alcock, aka the Wobbly Gamer. They're both now in full-time permanent accessibility specialist roles at Manycat Studios. And another, Sejin Kim, accessibility specialist at Smilegate. He actually started it in that role a bit further back, but I missed it at the time, so here he is now. His role is a landmark one too. As far as I'm aware at least, he's the first person in a full-time accessibility role in any studio or publisher east of Europe. So on that welcoming note, all that's left is for me to finally share that link dump document that I've been banging on about, which contains everything from this talk, plus some more things too. And you can find that at tinyurl.com, GaConf APR25, GaConf APR25. I hope there has been something amongst this that you found useful or interesting or even inspiring, and I hope it has added fuel to your fire. Thank you for listening, enjoy the conference, and see you next time.
so scared to start talking. Hey, all right. Yeah, it was oh, gotta turn my camera on though. There we go. I was so anxious that I was gonna somehow give audio feedback to the room again. I couldn't even let the people at home see me in case I messed it up. Uh, I always love kicking off the day with Ian's talk because it's so easy when you are doing your work day to day that you lose sight of what the rest of the industry and what all of your peers and what we all together are pushing forward. And just being able to look back and just recap like that was only the last 6 months that all of that happened, right? And so I'd love to be able to have that visibility. And then, the fact that each time we still have new people we can add in full-time accessibility roles, at the end is absolutely fantastic. So with that, we will take a very short break, just about 5 minutes, and we will be back with our first live presentation of the day. Thank you. All right, hello. Just whispering quietly so I don't startle the people when I come back. All right. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed your short break. As we kick off for our first live talk for the day, I'm really excited. So one of the things that we hear about a lot is people who are indie developers who have smaller teams who are trying to build accessible experiences. And that can be really different than the process or what you need to do when you are working at a larger studio. And so we're really lucky to have Sierra, who's going to be here with us today and talk about building a sustainable process to help make accessible games over at Hyperluminal Games in Pine Hearts, which is one of their flagship titles. So Sierra, please come take the stage. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So hello, my name is Sierra Leishman and I'm Accessibility and UX Design Manager at Hyperluminal Games. And as Tara just said, in this session, we're going to take a little look behind the curtain at what goes into building a sustainable approach to accessibility in an indie development environment like Hyperluminal. So we're going to have a little look at some of the steps that we have taken as a studio, and more importantly, how we've kind of adapted them over time. But before we get stuck into that, let's do a quick intro into Hyperluminal, just in case you're not familiar with us. So who are Hyperluminal? Well, we are an indie development studio based in Dundee, Scotland, and we've been operating for around about 11 years now. We currently consist of a team of around about 80 developers, and usually we support anywhere between 10 to 15 different projects at a time. Now, predominantly, we are focused on co-development and work for hire projects, but we also build our own original IP. And at the moment, that's really where our accessibility effort is mainly focused, though we are looking to expand that in the future. And as Tara said, last year, we launched Pine Hearts, which was our first original IP project to launch with a real specific focus on accessibility. So in today's session, what are we going to be covering? Well, we're going to start by doing a little bit of a wrap up on Pine Hearts. Now, I'm not going to dive too deeply into the full development of Pine Hearts, just because that's something I've covered in previous talks. And today, what I really want to talk about is what we've been doing since Pine Hearts came out. So we're going to start though by just taking a quick refresh on Pine Hearts and looking at some of the lessons that we learned, because that really leads us very nicely to the work that we have been doing since. So from there, we're going to take a little look at accessibility remit. And we're going to talk about what that is and why we felt we needed one as a studio. We're also going to talk about how it can differ from project to project. And then we'll talk a little bit about how we communicate it to our team as well. From there, we're going to have a look at our settings and accessibility toolkit, and we're going to talk about what the process of porting that from Pine Hearts into another project has been like. And we're also going to talk about some of our feature adjustments as well. So alongside that porting process, what has it been like to port some of our independent accessibility features? What improvements and adjustments have we had to make to those 4 different project needs? From there, we're going to have a little look at some of the external opportunities that we've had to showcase the work that we do around accessibility outside of the studio. And then we're going to wrap up by very briefly touching on our studio's 3-year accessibility plan. So let's start with wrapping up on Pine Hearts. So we'll start with the positives. What went well? Well, we successfully shipped a game with 10 accessibility settings, including things like simplified controls and control remapping. We had a high contrast mode. We also had various different settings for font scaling, switching, and spacing, and a couple of different toggles for things like run mode and UI animations, to name but a few. We also created our own unique accessibility onboarding flow, which allowed players to select from a few different accessibility settings up front before gameplay started. And all of that was built on our own settings and accessibility toolkit, which was really a framework that we developed with the Unity engine in mind, with the specific aim of allowing us as a studio to be able to port the work that we were doing on Pine Hearts forward into future projects more sustainably. So since Pine Hearts has launched, we've also been nominated for 3 different accessibility-related awards, which we're extremely proud of. And we've also had lots of really positive feedback, reviews, and reception around the game in general, but also specifically about our accessibility work. So what did we learn during the process of building accessibility for Pine Hearts? Well, we actually ran an accessibility retrospective with the team that worked on Pine Hearts just before we launched the game. And that was really with the purpose of one, highlighting some of the things that went well, but more importantly, about gathering some of the pain points and the processes that we knew that we needed to improve going forward. And that was a really great session with our team. It was extremely honest, but there was also a very clear understanding across the team that they were really passionate about making sure that we continued to support accessibility as best as we could, and that we really identified any friction points within the team and did our best to try and alleviate those. So I'm not going to go through everything that we covered in that retrospective, but I do want to highlight a couple of key points because they lead us nicely into some of the work that we have been doing since. So the first one was we identified that we really needed to create a lot more team alignment around accessibility goals early on in a project to make sure that everyone on the team was aligned and that we all had the same understanding of what we were trying to deliver against. We also highlighted that we really needed to trial out the process of porting our settings and accessibility toolkit from Pine Hearts into a new project before we could start to understand what improvements needed to be made to it. We also highlighted that there was a real desire to implement accessibility features earlier in development so that we could have more opportunities to do further user testing throughout development. So we did do 2 rounds of user testing with Pine Hearts. The second round actually came in extremely late in development. And that meant that although we got really fantastic feedback, we actually didn't leave ourselves enough time to really implement it in the way that we would have liked. So we know we want to do better with that in future. And then lastly, we also highlighted that there was a really clear requirement to have much more robust processes around localization, because that again came in very late within Pine Hearts, and that had a really negative impact on some of our settings around font scaling. So we knew again that in the future we wanted to make sure that that part of the development process happens much, much earlier to give us a lot more breathing time to make sure that we implement changes and fixes to things like font scaling in the way that we would like to. So that leads us really nicely to accessibility remit. First of all, why did we need accessibility remit? Well, following on from Pine Hearts, we actually had 2 different projects that we knew we were going to be supporting accessibility for. And that meant that we realized we suddenly had differing scopes and timelines and even budget for those different projects. And that really created a need to be a lot more mindful about what the project scope for accessibility was. But it also meant we had different team makeups, right? And so it meant we really needed to create a lot more clarity around confidence for team members who maybe hadn't been deeply involved in the accessibility effort in our previous projects. And then lastly, because we had multiple different streams going on, project streams going on, then that made it really important for me to be able to align with leadership and with the individual teams to make sure that I could better support multiple project streams at the same time. So what is an accessibility remit? Well, I think the best way to illustrate that is actually to take a little bit of a look at a live example with the 2 projects that we've been supporting since Pine Hearts, because they really represent a nice opposite ends of the scale in terms of what an accessibility remit can look like. So the first project that we have been working is called The Day I Became Bird. And in relative terms, it's a reasonably small project, right? It has a very small development team, it has a reasonably short timeline, and relatively speaking, it has a very small project budget. Now, it's also a project that we are working on in a co-development capacity. So we're working with a partnered client. They are called Passion Animations, and they came to us with an existing book IP by the same name that they had turned into an animated short, and they wanted to take that content and turn it into an interactive game. So that means that we've got to balance the needs of Hyperluminal as a studio. It also means we've got to balance the needs of our partner, Passion Animations, but it also means that we've got an existing book IP where we really want to make sure that we honor the source material as well. So that's a lot of different things that we've got to balance. Now, in addition to that, Hyperluminal is also supporting a significant portion of the budget for the project, and that means we've got to carry that risk as well. So that meant going into The Day I Became a Bird, we had a real desire to reutilize and reuse as much of the technology from Pine Hearts as we possibly could. And that extended to things like mechanics and tools, but it also extends to our accessibility goals. So for The Day I Became a Bird, we had a very clear objective, which was really just to successfully prove that we can take our settings and accessibility toolkit and successfully port it into a new project. And beyond that, we didn't really have much scope to look at further innovation and R&D around accessibility. But this really represents a massive milestone for us as a studio because we set up that settings and accessibility toolkit with that aim of being able to carry the work forward with us. And this is really proof of that pudding. So if we are able to actually achieve that with the day I became a bird, it opens up the opportunities for accessibility on a wide range of different projects. But it also offers us the opportunity to be able to offer our settings and accessibility toolkit to our clients as well. So hopefully meaning that we can start to bring accessibility to some of the work for hire and co-development projects that we work on as well. So it's a really big opportunity and a really big milestone for us as a studio. Now, on the other end of the scale, we've got a project called Cloud Jumper, which in relative terms is a much larger scope of projects. It's got a much larger team, it's got a much longer timeline and a much larger budget. Now, it's a hyperluminal original OIP project, and we've actually been working on it for a couple of years now. But we're now at the point where we're starting to look for future publisher support for the next couple of years worth of development. So because it is a flagship OIP project for us, then we are really focused on being very ambitious with it, and we have a real desire to build upon what we achieved previously. And that extends to our accessibility goals, right? So we know we want to take what we did on Pine Hearts and do better and go further, right? So that means that we have a real desire to expand and improve upon the accessibility settings that we've already previously established, but it also means we have some scope for new innovation and R&D. So we're exploring things like text-to-speech, spatial audio solutions, and we've also been doing a lot of research around disability representation with our main protagonist, Olive, as well. So we've talked a bit about what an accessibility remit can look like and how it can differ from project to project. How do we communicate it to our teams? So the approach that we have taken in the studio is to create some dedicated expectation documentation. So essentially we create this per project, and it really serves as a source of truth for our team. So it outlines expectations on how individual existing settings should be supported within the context of that project. It also gets updated throughout the project. So as we kind of get deeper into development, we have a clearer idea of the game that we are building, then we can also make adjustments to what those expectations are. And it also has links within it to deeper documentation for individual settings as well. So it stands as a really great source of truth for team members who maybe haven't previously worked on accessibility work in a previous project to be able to get up to speed really quickly, but also to have access to deeper information should they require it. So we've talked a little bit about accessibility remit, and we mentioned our settings and accessibility toolkit there. So what has the process of porting that toolkit from Pine Hearts actually been like? Well, as I said, when we kicked off from Pine Hearts, we actually had two projects that we were supporting at the same time. And so very honestly, to begin with, it kind of ground to a halt, right? And that was for a couple of different reasons. So first, we had different team makeups, which meant that we had a lack of prior knowledge of the technology and of the process. But in addition to that, we also had too much split focus. And so there was a real risk of us ultimately creating a really muddy technical structure, but also a lack of feature parity as well. So how did we recover from that? Well, we really kind of took a step back and decided, let's just focus on doing this once and go through the process, understand what works well and what things we need to adjust. So that's exactly what we did. We went back and decided, right, let's just focus on porting across to the day I became a bird first. Let's plan and execute on that porting initially. In addition to that, we also made some changes to the allocations on the project. So we brought in some key technical members who had previously worked on Pine Hearts and who were really familiar with the settings and accessibility toolkit. And that really sped up development for us. So where are we now? Well, we now have the full toolkit ported across into the day I became a bird, including our settings menu. Most of the settings are now implemented, with a few that are still in progress. And we're in a really good position now to start going through some robust QA testing to see if everything is functional and fit for purpose. So alongside the process of porting, we've also had to kind of look at our features individually and make adjustments to them for the context of the different projects that we are supporting. And there's a couple of different things that we have to think about when we're doing that. So the first is we've got to explore ways to improve the technology or the pipeline of the feature. So making sure that it is as frictionless as possible for our development team to actually support it within the workflows that they do day to day. In addition to that, we might look at adapting a feature to better support the context and the needs of a specific project's design, right? So as we all know, not every game is the same as the next. And so sometimes the way a setting works in one game might not work appropriately in another. We also might look to expand a feature to provide additional customization or value to our end players. And then lastly, we might also look at things like creating deeper tool sets, documentation, or processes around a feature, again, to make it as smooth as possible for more team members to be able to support it across different projects. So let's take a look at a couple of live examples of this. So we're going to start with our high contrast mode here. So on the far left, you're going to see a screenshot from Pine Hearts, and this is the existing original implementation of our high contrast mode. So in the very center, you will see our main playable character, Tyke, who is colored in green. Over to the left of him, we have a primary quest-giving character, they're colored in red. Below them, we have a secondary NPC who is colored in yellow, and around the corners of the image, you will see 3 different interactive objects, which are colored in blue. So this was the original implementation we had for Pine Hearts, and this represents the base color palette that we had. We also had a couple of alternate palettes that provided extra functionality for players who perhaps had different color blindness conditions. So we were reasonably happy with the overall implementation that we achieved with Pine Hearts. And we were reasonably confident that we're going to be able to port this across into the Day of the Cable Bird successfully. However, when we actually went to do that, we quickly realized that there were some really important adjustments that we needed to make. So first of all, it was really around the shader implementation. So when we brought across the color blocking and the high contrast mode from Pine Hearts into the Day of the Cable Bird, we very quickly realized that the shader that we had implemented for Pine Hearts worked very specifically with the art style of Pine Hearts. And when we brought it into the Day of the Cable Bird, that was no longer working appropriately. So although it was technically fit for purpose, technically functional, it wasn't fit for purpose. And so what was actually happening was that the shader was almost illegible. So you really couldn't see it against the characters and the artwork in the game. So we got our lead 3D artist together and our code team together, and we had a discussion about what we could do to adjust that. And essentially the code team went away and they ended up exposing a bunch of different settings inside of Unity for the 3D art team so that they could then go away and test some different options for the shader. And this image that you can see in the middle is where we have landed at. This is work that is going on right now in the studio. So the image in the middle is where we got to, and I hope hopefully you'll all agree it's an awful lot easier to see it now. So again, much improved than where it was when we started out, which is great. The other change that we made specifically for the Day I Became a Bird as well was really around pipeline. So again, back when we were doing that accessibility retrospective, one of the things that the team highlighted specifically was that the implementation that we had originally in Pine Hearts added a lot of extra pipeline to our 3D art team. So they were having to go through, and every time they created a 3D object, they had to manually tag it for the high contrast mode to tell the mode which color it should be represented as. And that was adding a lot of extra time for them. So again, we got our lead 3D artists together and our code team together, and we talked about what we could do to improve that system. And the code team went away and they've essentially updated the system so that it is now much more automatic. So as our design team creates quest graphs for the game, it automatically highlights which objects should be interactive and tags them automatically. So now our 3D art team can focus on what they're great at, which is looking at things like the shader and making the shader better. And their pipeline is much less impacted by supporting this setting, which is great. So on the far right, we have a mock-up from Cloud Jumper, and this is really a sort of an expanded support exploration. So at this point, we're looking towards the future for the color blocking mode and asking ourselves what things we might like to improve with it. But in addition to that, we know that for Cloud Jumper, we're probably going to have to make some adjustments to make it as usable as possible. So Cloud Jumper is a much more expansive game. You are flying around in the sky past floating islands, and as a result of that, you can see a lot more of the environment at one time. And so we had a real concern about players being potentially overwhelmed if everything was color blocked and highlighted at the same time. So we've been exploring an update to this setting, which will focus on providing essentially focus zones for the color blocking mode, which are situational. So if you are flying, only the things that you can interact with while you're flying are highlighted. And if, for example, you get off of the vehicle and you're walking around on an island, then only the things that are interactive while you're on that island would be highlighted. So again, trying to reduce that overwhelm, but also help guide the player into and around the interactive things that are relevant to them at any key point in time. So let's take a look at another example of this. So here we have our settings menu. Again, on the left-hand side, you'll see in a screenshot of the original implementation that we had for Pine Hearts. Now, with the Day I Became a Bird, as I said before, we had a real desire of focusing on reusing and reutilizing as much technology as we could from Pine Hearts. And so what we've essentially done is port the entire settings menu across into the Day I Became a Bird and really just focused on doing a UI reskin of it. So it has a visual update to better reflect the game content for the Day I Became a Bird, but more or less the functionality and the US user experience is exactly the same as we had previously on Pine Hearts. Now, on the far right, however, you can see some UI wireframing that we have been doing that is around exploring an updated version of our settings menu. So we were happy with this settings menu within Pine Hearts, but there was definitely room for improvement. And there's a lot of things we know that if we want to sustainably carry this forward with us, we need to improve. So we need to look at ways to make it more functional and more future-proof for ourselves. And that includes things like making sure that it can support multiple different platforms and aspect ratios, and ultimately multiple different font sizes as well. So we're in the process at the moment of designing that out, and then we'll start to build that into its own unique tool set that will become part of our settings and accessibility toolkit. So as we port our settings and accessibility toolkit, this new settings menu will come in alongside it. And again, it's designed with the intent that it can be reskinned and redesigned, visually speaking, in terms of the project that we're working on. So we've talked a lot about the work that we're doing internally in the studio. Let's take a little look now at some of the work that we've been doing outside of the studio to showcase our accessibility efforts. So as we were running up to the launch of Pine Hearts, we had the opportunity to take a demo of the game down to EGX and to WASD. And while we were sort of preparing for going down to those two events, we decided that it was really important to us that we not only take an accessible demo of the game with us, we really wanted to make the event space as accessible as we possibly could as well. And so we decided it was really important to us to look at hardware. So we reached out to Special Effect, who are extremely generous with their time and their advice, and they helped us to pull together our own accessible hardware kit, which you can see on the left and on the right images there. So we pulled all of that together and took that down to EGX and WASD. And we had a really wonderful response from that. We had a lot of people coming to talk to us about accessibility, some of which who were developers who had never even considered accessibility before, but they really, really engaged with the content that we had done in Pine Hearts and with the hardware kit, and they left really excited to go away and look at accessibility for their own games. We also had some really fantastic talks with different members of the press as well, coming specifically to talk to us about accessibility, which was really exciting as well. So following on from that, we had such a great response from that. We really decided we wanted to do something in the studio as well. So we worked with our PR agency to pull together our own accessibility studio day. And we invited a bunch of different local content creators into the studio, all of whom were different accessibility advocates in their own spaces. And we had them in the studio for a day. So we spent the morning talking to them about accessibility, hearing about their own journeys and their own, commitments to accessibility. And then we took them for lunch. And then afterwards, we gave them the chance to have a go at Pine Hearts and to play with our accessible hardware kit as well. And it was a really wonderful day. And I think it really cemented for the team members internally who were involved in that day, just why it's important and what impact it can have. So lastly, after that, we had the wonderful opportunity to work alongside the National Museum of Scotland. So they reached out to us while they were putting together content for their game on exhibition last year, which ran from July to November. And they were wanting to feature lots of different games from Scotland. And they reached out to us specifically because they were really interested in showcasing the accessibility on Pine Hearts. And we had some really great conversations with them, not just about Pine Hearts, but also what could we do to make the exhibition space more accessible. So again, we showed them our accessible hardware kit and they got really, really excited about it. We had lots of conversations with them and ultimately they asked us, could we actually just loan it? And we said, yes, absolutely. So that's exactly what we did. So we put a demo of Pine Hearts out and we loaned them our accessible hardware kit. And that was there in the museum space for the duration of that exhibition. And as part of that, we also attended Accessible Games Night alongside RNIB, which was fantastic. So that was a dedicated evening for different members of the accessibility community in Scotland to come along, hear some interesting conversation from RNIB and from a few members of the development community. And then they had the opportunity to wander around the exhibit in a nice, quiet, controlled environment, which was really great. So we're going to finally wrap up just by taking a quick look at our 3-year accessibility plan. So this is very much early development of this at the moment, and we're building this out into a full plan with the studio with backing from our studio directors. But very quickly, just some high-level highlights. We're focusing on things like ongoing process development, and again, making sure that we have the information, the tools, and the resources for our team to be able to support accessibility internally. We're looking at tools and hardware with our settings and accessibility toolkit, our settings menus we just talked about, and some other things that we're looking at in terms of tooling as well. We're also continuing to focus on projects and expectations and continuing to think about how we communicate with the team and make sure that we keep that alignment strong. That includes thinking about things like team training and helping the rest of the team to have confidence that they can lead and support accessibility effort without me having to be in the room all the time, right? We're looking at R&D innovation and the places that we want to start filling the gaps in terms of accessibility going forward. And then lastly, we're looking at ways that we can track the accessibility effort in terms of our studio impact internally. So we'll wrap up just by looking at a few takeaways from this talk this morning. So if you are working with an indie development studio or perhaps you're consulting with them, these are a couple of key takeaways that you could consider taking forward with you. So the first is thinking about running an accessibility focused retrospective with your team internally and really gathering some of that feedback around some of the friction points around the process. In addition to that, you can think about establishing something like an accessibility remit or an accessibility goals document. That's something that you can communicate clearly with the team very early on in a project and then re-communicate regularly throughout. In addition to that, it's really helpful to think about how that remit or that set of goals might differ from project to project and making sure that you understand what those constraints can be so that you can help better meet the team where they're currently at. It's also really helpful if you're, if the company is creating internal tooling to think about what that process for bringing tooling from one project into another might be like, and whether there's additional features into documentation that needs to be provided in order for that to go smoothly. You might also want to think about how different features might need to be adjusted for different project needs as well, right? So it's not always going to be one-to-one that you can take a setting and just implement it smoothly into another project. There's always going to be adjustments that you might need to consider. And then lastly, think about building out a plan for supporting accessibility with that team longer term, beyond the bounds of a singular project, right? So really thinking about how can we carry work forward from this project to the next and the one after that. So that's about all we have time for this morning. I hope this has been interesting. If you have any questions for me, please do feel free to get in touch with me. I'm on the IGDA Discord if you'd like to speak to me there. You can also drop me an email, sierra@liminalgames.com, and you can find me on all of the usual social media platforms, Sierra Leishman. Thank you so much.
I'm significantly louder than Sierra, so I made sure to turn the mic back down before I blew out everyone's eardrums. there was so much great content that was put in that talk. And one of the things that I really want to highlight from what Sierra just said was, once you have that accessibility remit, like you need to try to make sure that you have it done early, but also being mindful about project scope. If we can really take away one thing from what we just learned, is that we need to be thinking not only in terms of our current project, what are we working on today, but how can we set ourselves up for future success. When you look at a lot of the titles that have come out that have been titles that really showcased extraordinary accessibility, they didn't come out of a vacuum fully formed, right? It was years of working from one title to the next title and incremental progress where they built a solid foundation where they could then start doing amazing innovation. And so when we think about accessibility, we need to not only contextualize what we're doing for a specific project, but think about how we can be building things long-term as part of a toolkit that we can then bring to our other titles. Yeah, it's not going to be something that will easy direct copy paste every time. You're going to have to adjust it, as we saw in this talk, to make sure that it makes sense in the context of the new game. But it's this kind of forward thinking that can really set us up for success. And I love that literally we got to see a slide with a 3-year plan. If you were to go back and ask me if like thinking about a 3-year plan for accessibility would ever be a thing that would be presented about, like I would probably laugh. Like I'd be like, oh my God, I'm just excited if I can think about accessibility in the next sprint. So being that forward thinking and the fact that we got to have that highlighted is amazing. And so with that, we're concluding our first morning session. We're going to be having about half-hour long break. So please rest up, get a snack, use the ladies' room if you need to, and we will see you back here at 11:50. Thank you. Hello, quiet intro for online. Hello, everyone. All right, I hope everyone had a fantastic break. I'm already seeing lots of networking happening in person, which is absolutely fantastic. Oh, do you need to change the output since we moved it? Hello? We'll just turn it down for now. Test again. It's fine, as long as it sounds fine online. I don't know. I know they can hear because the interpreter is interpreting. We did some tech changes so that in person we noticed there were lag on pre-recorded videos, so we were doing some swaps. But now, for some reason, that computer, I'm in the room. I'm sure you can hear it echoing over here in the corner. This is what we get for trying to improve the tech setup. What are you doing?
I'm trying to find.
Did you know that Zoom can override your system settings on a MacBook? That's what we learned today. That you can be like, hey, please, all audio on this computer, go here. And Zoom can be like, nah, I don't want to do that. But anyway, this isn't the first time we've had this happen, but we figured it out. All right. We need our captions back on. Mind your way. Left.
There.
Left. Now. Are they on? There we go. Oh, but where is our captioner?
There we go.
There we go. All right. So moments like this, I wish I had like a prepared type 5, like so I could just do like some really good stand up for everyone while we were waiting. But I would be absolutely awful at that. So it's good that we have some great speakers lined up for us today, so you don't have to listen to that. Now, if you've ever heard me talk about user research, you know that I think that anyone who works in accessibility should be BFF with a local user researcher. And there's a lot of great ways that user research can help accessibility, but there are also things that can be learned within the user research community to make more accessible user research and make it more actionable. And we're really, really lucky to have John Dickens here today to tell us all about that. So John, thank you.
All right. Hey, everyone. Hello. Hello, GaConf. So, yeah, my name is John Dickens. I am a white man in his 30s with dark brown hair and a side part and a beard and mustache. And I'm going to tell you a bit about user research, accessibility, and all the things in between today. So a little bit about me first. I'm a senior user researcher within Tencent Games in a team called Checkpoint, who I will talk about in a little second. And my role alongside user research is to sort of unofficially spread the good word of accessibility across our organization and our studios. I previously had experience with Sony, at PlayStation Studios, and Alzheimer's Society. And yeah, about Tencent. Firstly, we're super proud to be a bronze sponsor of this amazing event this year. Tencent Games is the subdivision that I work in, and it's the publishing subdivision of Tencent Interactive Entertainment. It gets a bit complicated, so I won't go any further with where they sit, but it's a big organization. And what about accessibility and our sort of approach there? Well, we recognize that we're not there yet as an organization. We're quite far off, but we see ourselves as learning rather than leading, and that too is valuable for us. So part of the process is being in places like this and communicating with the people here and doing this sort of thing to keep learning. Now, who are Checkpoint? Well, Checkpoint is the user research team within Tencent Games. We support studios in creating high quality game experiences. And how we do that is to involve players from our target audience throughout development to shape and refine gameplay. We have a user lab. We use that lab to provide insights that inform design, usability, accessibility to our devs. And we look at things like boosting player retention, satisfaction, and overall game quality, and hope for sort of an immersive experience that resonates with players. Some of the studios we work with are Funcom, Shark Mob, Digital Extremes, Techland, to name a few. And in terms of accessibility and Checkpoint's aim there, it's kind of centering around 4 pillars. Number 1 is to create a shared culture of inclusive design and practices within the organization by doing things like knowledge sharing, connection building, training, etc. With our partner studios, we are looking at things like workshops, creating best practice guidelines, resources to level up the accessibility knowledge of our studios. And then we have a sort of accessibility focused testing, evaluation services that is kind of sitting within the bread and butter of the user research output. And finally, we partner with outside organizations, consultants, charities to create valuable connections between our devs, us, and experts, many of which are in the room today. So please feel free to come up to me afterwards and we can make that connection happen. So today we're going to talk about what is user research, what isn't it either, then also including players with disabilities in user research and how we go about doing that, and what to do with those learnings. I want to start by exploring what I mean by user research first. I think it's important to understand that because it allows us to see why helping teams with accessibility insight is kind of a natural fit for user research. So, what is it? It's a tool, first and foremost. It's a tool to help dev teams make evidence-based design decisions with. User research is not asking players what they want from a game. It's the number 1 thing I often say, but it's not that. And we see ourselves as a design tool above anything else. We're not designers, we're not developers. Our role is to be objective and independent voice that presents a state of a game in development without bias. So another way to look at it is we occupy this special sort of middle place between our players and our devs. And we get that raw feedback from the players. We do some magic research things, and we then turn that feedback into actionable feedback for the developers. And we do this through a variety of different means, surveys, observations, game analytics, competitive analysis, interviews with players, biometrics sometimes. And it involves all of these things, and we'll talk a bit more about that later. So what to use user research for? It's important that we do this throughout development rather than at one point or even a few points. That includes early on as concept, vertical slice, then into alpha, beta, and beyond. I'm not going to go through all these things, And it's not a definitive list, but we might start at things like menu prototype testing in that concept stage. Heading towards a vertical slice, we might focus on controls usability. And then, in post-launch, we might start looking at churn in a sort of live setting. So that's cool, but why are we doing it? What's the point? Why can't we just, make games without user research? Well, for devs, it can be hard to see your game not being played the way they thought it would be played. The best part about the job, or one of the best parts about my job, is to get developers in the room and to see them be surprised at what the hell's going on when people break their game. Basically, you are not your user. It's an old mantra from traditional user research, but it definitely applies to gaming as well. People and players will always surprise you when you put them in front of a game. So in summary, playtesting allows us to uncover the barriers that players may have in seeing the design intent and getting to the fun. And if we don't put our game in front of a target audience, how do we know if they're going to understand it and if they're going to like it? So let's move on to user research and accessibility. If we're designing for an accessible experience, we must involve people who we are designing for. This is the #1 message of this presentation, I think, and probably something you will hear throughout. We should not assume what the needs or potential problems are of our audience without engaging them. To do so, I think, is sort of an arrogance that suggests that we know best. To repeat that saying, you are not your user. We can never accurately guess the experience of others, which is why doing usability tests on ourselves just doesn't work. And I'd like to adapt that phrase. You are not your user. In fact, you are not your player. You're especially not your disabled player. Disability is complex. It offers a potential for more variables in player interaction and solution finding than in typical user testing. So I want to bring an example that is intentionally vague for NDA purposes from a playtest that we ran a few years back. And this was an action-adventure game using a gamepad controller, and the participants were players with upper limb differences and loss. So the assumption that we had and the devs had to some extent is that the game has full remapping ability, which should support players who need to play one-handed to an extent. But then what we saw in the room was that a player was playing 60% of the game with one hand and 40% of the game with one hand and their mouth. And that's just something that we didn't expect to see. And it came with feedback that we didn't expect to hear. And that feedback was that that player wanted to have that as a legitimate way to play, but it doesn't really work for them. They actually wanted a way in which that they could quickly swap control methods on the fly in real time to support those two different input approaches. And that's just something that the game didn't support. So that was sort of top of our wish list. And this is the use case that we didn't envision. And again, why putting your game in front of players is so important. So just to summarize this section, there's even more room for complexity than in a typical usability test, meaning that if we care about usability and accessibility, we can't afford to not put a build in front of the players. So let's do some accessibility work. But wait, how do we do that? How do we start? When do we start? So when? Definitely early, but controversially maybe not too early. I believe you will waste money, time, resources putting your game in front of disabled players if it has not seen any attention towards accessibility yet. That can include just a basic kind of understanding of like, what do we want this game to be for disabled players? If it hasn't had any love, it can firstly leave a bad taste in your participant's mouth, but also you just won't learn much other than, yeah, our game's broken for these players. We know that already. We didn't need to waste all that time and resources and people's time to learn that. So starting with things like expert reviews, heuristic analysis, but also working with consultants early on in that concept of vertical slice stage, making sure the game has had some love before you put it in front of players. That's really where you get that learning early on. Who do we test it with? This is tricky. We often deal in numbers of 6 to 12 for a typical usability test for a specific profile of player, but disability is a broader spectrum. We need to consider this when setting up studies. So you might want to make sure you double or triple that sample size, depending on the sort of needs that you're looking at. And then what does it look like? Well, history of user research, processes method is rooted in testing with able-bodied neurotypical people. So we need to adapt, we need to have a hard look at our processes and see how we can adapt those things for the people who we put in the user lab. And that's really the bulk of the rest of this talk. But accessibility testing is just one part of the puzzle. There's many things we can do and should do. That includes hiring inclusively, engaging with consultants and things like workshops, engaging with the community, and of course, going to GaConf. So I want to move on now to 3 things that we should consider when working with people with disabilities in a game environment. And this is probably most useful for user researchers, but I would say that it probably is useful for people in event management, marketing, PR, people who work with consultants and disabled players more generally. So firstly, be transparent. Don't leave things to be assumed or guessed of your participants. They should know before they get to your site what exactly they're going to sign up to, so they can make an informed decision whether or not they want to do it, whether or not they're able to do it. Also, our motives as researchers should be clear. I found it useful to make clear what sort of feedback we're looking for when working with disabled players to make that game as accessible as we can. You can start by talking to players about their experiences in other games, maybe sort of frame it as, we're looking at barriers that you might have encountered in other games and we want to make sure that we don't have that in our title. Another thing I've used quite successfully is to be very detailed about the sort of equipment and tools that the participant might use when they are in the room. So sending them a document beforehand, obviously about where to go, how to get there, but also the sort of a descriptive guidelines of the things they're going to be using, keyboard and mouse, type of chair, if they're going to be using a certain controller, and giving them the option as well far in advance to bring their own equipment or help provide equipment that will support their needs other than your sort of default layout. So an image with a description with the option to adjust. Secondly, being flexible. There's a lot of bias in the sort of typical usability and market research recruitment criteria that we need to be aware of. One of those is that generally we try to factor in high levels, or factor out rather, high levels of unemployed players, because there's a risk that they are treating testing as a job and that they're doing it sort of studio to studio, etc. And that is a bias that we have that we need to be aware of, because there are high levels of unemployment in marginalized communities, as well as a lack of photo ID, which is just something that, we need to make sure we are perhaps more lenient on when recruiting for disabled players. So on top of the player profile as well, the pool for players with disability who can get to at least our London location can be relatively small. So if you are further limiting with these biases, you might find that your recruitment is massively impacted. Secondly, in data collection. So when players are in a lab, how can we be flexible about the sort of feedback and how they are giving us feedback? In survey design, firstly, if you're testing with players who have low vision or cognitive needs, especially, you must consider ways in which they can make that survey accessible to them. At the end of the day, they're going to be interacting with a computer or a device or something that you want to make sure they can interact with properly. So you need to be flexible and consider how flexible your tooling is. Secondly, the survey length. Consider the cognitive and physical effort you ask of your participants. Balance the research rigor with participant care. Consider things like looped questions with the differences in those questions minimal. And also, finally, alternatives. If you're testing with hard of hearing or deaf users, find out if it will benefit from BSL interpretation or ASL or other languages apply, and sort this out approximately a month in advance. I found that doing that last minute is just really, really hard. So here's a few examples in the lab of what we've done previously. This is an image of a participant taking a survey where we've adapted that survey to provide just 2 options in high contrast. And it's basically a looped question that carousels based on certain mechanics in the game that they're racing. And then the second image here is BSL interpretation for a participant where the interview is conducted, translated through BSL and then through English language. And finally, be mindful in language. So avoid terms like impaired or maimed. Prioritize people first language, not players, not disabled players, but players with disabilities. Fundamentally, let players define the terminology they want to use, the definitions of themselves and or their disability, and use that terminology internally and externally if needed with their permission. There's also a tendency to lean in towards infantilization, slowing down speech, enunciating things. Just don't do it unless you've been requested to adapt your speaking or communication for people. And if you don't understand something that is said or communicated to you, make that clear instead of pretending, especially the case for people who have verbal communication restrictions. Also, consider whether your help and assistance is truly needed before offering it. Don't just assume this on the offset. And I would say also, if you get it wrong, in inverted commas, don't beat yourself up about it. This is, something that we need to learn about, and it's not going to be something that clicks overnight. So finally, what to do with accessibility learnings. I'm going to talk about 2 common traps and 1 final message. So there's an impossible pursuit of perfection, which rolls off the tongue nicely. Here's some examples of the sort of thing a study might give for your game. Firstly, we've got an image on the screen that says screen shake cannot be avoided. It's an example of an issue in a report that we might write. The player, when they're hit by an attack, gets a screen shake effect triggered, and that is a potential risk to players who are susceptible to motion sickness or motion sensitivity, or players with low vision. Second image is talking about colorblind issues here, with in-game icons using red appearing as low contrast for player with a certain type of color blindness. And then the final image shows an issue that talks about a lack of screen reader support for menus that block players without sight from being able to start the game. Now, everything here seems important, but getting everything 100% is not going to be viable in most cases. Addressing, though, just one of these issues will help significant numbers of individuals play your game. Aiming for perfection in most cases, I would say probably all cases, is just not viable. We can never have, unfortunately, a perfectly accessible game that suits absolutely everyone. And that's something that I think we just need to, unfortunately, factor in. And it's really something that is aimed at devs, because when they get reports from us that might talk about all the inaccessibility in their game, I think it can be a bit of a demoralizing thing sometimes. But this sort of message helps kind of say that, hey, just addressing one of these things is going to change a lot of people's lives, so you should sort of prioritize that. And then the temptation to make your game easier. Games are fun because of friction and challenge, and players with disabilities still want that friction and challenge. But like everyone else, they want that friction to be reasonable and proportionate. That's it. I don't have any notes on this slide. And then the temptation to make your game easier. Furthermore, difficulty is proportionate. When we climb a mountain, we might want to consider a less challenging route. But the important thing is we still get to the top. We all see the sights at the end of it. And that journey along the way might be different depending on the route we take, but that's in your control as the person who is designing that route / designing the game. So finally, path to leveling up accessibility makes it sound so easy. Firstly, include people with disabilities and consultants employed in your workplace. Remember, nothing about us without us. We can't design something for people that we never talk to. Learn and don't stop learning. Look for opportunities to take disability awareness training in your workplace. Talk to your research team about playtests. Reach out to consultants, organizations for workshops. Think about using or creating some guidelines that designers and devs can follow. I think this is really key. You know, being at events like this is a fantastic way to learn. And if you're not constantly learning, something is going wrong. And then finally, iterate. I think, you know, don't put pressure on yourself to get things right overnight. Accessibility work is complicated. It deserves caution and care. Do the work, learn, and do the work again. Okay, thank you very much. Feel free to put the questions in the Discord, come up to me in person, or hit me up on LinkedIn, Blue Sky. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. You know, I loved that you were really able to give very clear directions of when engaging in this type of research and working with the disability community, to be transparent, be flexible, and be mindful. Those are three things that are incredibly important to being able to engage with this community. And when you are supporting players with disabilities and you do these things, it's appreciated and it's noticed and it's remembered. Even Wobbly had commented in the Discord about a time that, he said, quote, turning up to a playtest session and seeing a large print keyboard, was a highlight for him. And like those things can make a difference. And literally welcoming players with disabilities into your playtesting space, into the development community, because it shows that they're actively being welcomed to do this work. And I love that John's talk also kind of harkens back to something that Sierra was just saying, that when we are working on a game, like we have to think about the scope of what we are doing and we have to plan. Because as we're developing games, like we're already not going to get in everything that we wanted just for the game itself. And accessibility is only one of the factors of building a game. And so we have to be able to scope appropriately and again, have that long-term plan for success. You know, the last thing that John said was we have to iterate. And it's not just iterating on our design solutions, but iterating on our processes and our cultures as studios, as publishers, as user researchers, as testers, as designers, as everything. And when we do that, and again, we are transparent, flexible, and mindful, we will develop systems and processes and ideas that create accessible games. So thank you so much, John. We'll be taking a short 10-minute break, and we'll be back with our first panel of the conference. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. So at every GaConf, well, where are the captions? There we go. At every edition of the Game Accessibility Conference, we always have two panels. One is from the perspective of players and the other from the perspective of developers. I will say that one of my favorite parts of working at this conference is I get to see all of the behind the scenes details and a lot of outtakes of videos. And in this one, I was so tempted. I didn't, but I was so tempted because at the very beginning, there was a lot of like laughter of just like, oh, it's fine. Tara will fix it in post. Like, or oh my God, like what if can you airbrush us? Can you Photoshop us? Can you? And Ratters made the off comment of like, yes, yassify me so hard I look like an alien. And I was so tempted. But I decided that I probably shouldn't, and I should just leave the recording as is, even though, again, it would have been hysterical, at least for me and the panelists. No one else would have known what was happening because you wouldn't have got to see the outtake of them saying that. But just know that it took all of my strength. For this talk, I absolutely love it. The idea of if you're annoying someone, you're doing a good job. Because a lot of times when you're in the position as a player advocating for yourself and your needs, and you know, sometimes you become the squeaky wheel, and it's like okay to acknowledge that yeah, you might annoy some people every once in a while, but that is how a lot of us got started, was being that annoying person who was trying to make other people listen about accessibility. So I'm really excited to be sharing this panel from 4 amazing speakers. So let's check it out.
Hi, so I'm Dr. Amy Kavanagh. I'm blind and I advocate for low vision access needs around gaming and life generally. And I'm also a mum, which I will be mentioning a little bit. And I advocate across all different areas from public.
Please hold on for a moment, Zoom. We can't hear it in the room, although you can hear it online.
Hi, so I'm Dr. Amy Kavanagh. I'm blind and I advocate for low vision access needs around gaming and life generally. And I'm also a mum, which I will be mentioning a little bit. And I advocate across all different areas from public transport, digital inclusion, museums, theatres. Basically, if it's something I enjoy in my life, I'll be advocating about it. And my favourite game at the moment is I'm playing Life is Strange Double Exposure, which is super fun. Who'd like to go next?
I'll go next because I'm here. Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren, also known as Radders Online. I am a disabled content creator, Twitch ambassador, cool person, also very weird. I've got cats, and I do a lot of advocacy in the space. mostly for cognitive and mobility needs in the gaming space and elsewhere. But I also attempt is the word to advocate for disabled creators on Twitch as a whole. So that's always a fun thing to do. And my favorite game at the moment is Lies of P. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm absolutely in love with the story and everything about it. And I just want to see how big my little boy's nose grows. It's gonna get so long. And
Matt,
that's
do
me.
you want to go next?
Yeah, I'm Matt, more commonly known these days as the Wobbly Gamer. I'm a visually impaired content creator, accessibility advocate, and accessibility consultant for the video games industry. Yeah, so I'm visually impaired. I've got a condition called nystagmus, which causes my pupils to wobble, which causes my head to then wobble. Wobbly Gamer. My favorite game at the minute, I'm still very deep into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Been streaming that on Twitch and just really enjoying the chaos that it brings.
Matt, I'm going to get you to do that intro again because we had a weird little audio blibble. Did anyone
So
else
what
get
that'll
that?
be
I heard
is
that. I heard
that will
that.
be a plane flying over my house because I live next to an American airbase.
Ah,
Lovely.
fun.
Yeah, it's really helpful. Give me 2 seconds. I'll just make sure the windows are shut.
I live near Heathrow, so I mean, it's not quite the
I live
same.
near a military airbase, so
Aw,
Melody, do you live near an
very
airport?
active.
Are you missing out again here?
yeah, I'm missing out. I live near a big B&Q. Does that count?
Occasionally somebody is gonna crash with one of them forklifts.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's the most. So I literally live in between 2 American air bases. So we're under 2 flight paths and it's great.
Love that.
Yeah.
Loud. Right, do your intro again, Matt.
Hi everyone, I'm Matt, more commonly known these days as the Wobbly Gamer. I'm a visually impaired content creator, accessibility advocate, and accessibility consultant for the video games industry. I have a condition which is known as nystagmus that causes my pupils to wobble uncontrollably, which then I have a lovely side effect that causes my head to wobble, hence the Wobbly Gamer. At the moment, my favorite game is Kingdom Come 2. I've been streaming that over on Twitch and just enjoying the chaos.
Thanks, Matt. Melody.
Hi, I am Melody. I am passionate about fighting for diversity, inclusion, and representation in all forms of media, but especially in gaming. I have a physical disability and ADHD, so I get the fun combination of being distracted all the time, but also trying to actually get access requirements in place while also forgetting what I'm doing. I struggle with my fine motor skills and reaction times in games, and I often find that there's not that many sort of accessibility things available for reaction times, especially in sort of the shooters. And I also work words. Can I start again?
Of course you can.
My brain stopped. Thank you. I'm Melody. I am passionate about fighting for diversity, inclusion, and representation in all media, but especially in gaming. I struggle with the fine motor skills and reaction times, which is quite difficult, especially in sort of shooter games, which I do enjoy watching, but every time I try and play, I am usually dead by the time I realize someone's shooting at me. I also work in inclusive education and trying to make just education as a whole more representative of the real world and society. My current favorite game is probably Power Wash Simulator because I recently got back into it and it is extremely addictive.
And soothing, I think.
Yes, definitely soothing.
Do you have the Shrek DLC?
I do.
Oh well, now
Okay.
I'm gonna have to check that out. So my first question to everyone is what was your journey into advocacy? And that could be both kind of in and outside of gaming, if one started and then gaming kind of found you afterwards, or if it was gaming and then that's opened up more. Who'd like to go first?
I can.
Sure.
So my journey into advocacy was a complete accident. total accident. It was never my intention. I had become semi-recently disabled with ME/CFS. I at the time didn't know that I had autism and ADHD as well. So equally exhausting. And I was just, I'm like Sisyphus pushing the boulder, but the boulder is just my fatigue, the never-ending fatigue. And I kind of just like got into gaming as a way of having some kind of entertainment, some kind of new experiences, whilst also not really being able to get out of bed or function in a meaningful way. And ended up meeting a lot of other disabled creators online, disabled gamers in general. I got speaking to developers, and it just kind of was like a natural evolution of being an outspoken disabled person and a person that cares about video games and other people's experiences as well. And it was just this perfect little melting pot where it just fit for me. And I've been really, really lucky to have met the people that I've met. I've worked on a bunch of really cool projects. I judged for the Game Awards, which is like really cool and something I never thought that I would ever be anywhere near. But it's been fantastic, and yeah, advocacy is great. And I mean, I get to know you three, and you're awesome. So it's fantastic.
What about you, Melody? Where did it start for you?
I guess it's always kind of been a thing, because I've always been frustrated that I haven't been able to play video games like everyone else. And I would complain about it all the time to everyone. I was a very annoying child. And that just kind of carried on into adulthood. And then I kind of realized, actually, I can make a difference if I talk to the right people about the right things, that other little kids won't have to sit there and be frustrated that the buttons don't do what they think they do. And yeah, I guess I just kind of got into making sure that other people don't have to go through the frustration and can just enjoy the fun side of video games without having to make it work for them. So it's just plug and play like it is for everyone else.
Love it. How about you, Matt?
I kind of fell into it very much by accident. I think I found out a few years ago I was losing my usable vision. It was kind of with a brain condition up in the air about time length and things like that. And I kind of left the hospital, and one of my first thoughts was, oh, I'm going to still be able to play video games with my friends. And found the accessibility space, found out that I liked the sound of my own voice, which we kind of always knew. So talking to people about it wasn't going to be an issue. And then 7 years later, here we are kind of working with like just opportunities have arisen. Like Radaz has said, you kind of get cool projects, and then you meet amazing people like yourselves, and then you find yourself in this space and finding that actually there is 1,000,001 different reasons to fight for video game accessibility, not just the fact I want to be able to play games with my mates anymore. It kind of becomes a totally different ball game. You're doing it for others, not just yourself, I think.
Yeah, that's a real theme, isn't it? It's kind of realizing, well, I have this need, or I'm feeling excluded, and then you find others in the same situation, and that is simultaneously kind of less isolating, but also empowers you to want to act for change. I mean, this probably speaks for a lot of us, but the reason I'm here is Ian. In sort of 2019 and 18, Ian saw me tweeting about playing video games, and I already had kind of a growing platform on Twitter, may she rest in peace. Because I was advocating around lots of other areas around visual impairment and access, and being a white cane user and public transport, and kind of just encountering lots of different barriers. And Ian messaged me out of the blue and was like, hi, I see you enjoy talking about blindness and stuff. Would you like to come and do it at this video games conference? And yeah, it was one of the first times I'd ever been part of that community, and I was quite kind of intimidated by it. And I mean, my first talk tells a lot of the story of my relationship with gaming. So, go check that out in the archive. But ever since then, it's kind of like being part of a lovely family. And for lots of reasons that I'll talk about, my life is not as centered around gaming as I wish it was, but it's like kind of the accessibility buddies, they're always sort of there. And when I even when I emailed Ian about, this year's conference, I was like, oh, I think I might have this idea or this idea. And then he was like, oh, we want to do this panel, you should do that. And it's like there's always a space for somebody's journey or somebody's message or someone's experience here. And I think that's an incredibly powerful thing. Do any of you have a particular moment where you've kind of felt like, yeah, I'm an advocate now, I've achieved a thing?
Do I go straight deep in and go with the death threats, or
Yeah. You've skipped ahead a bit there, Matt, but
Yeah.
sure.
Do we
Yeah.
go straight in with that one? Yeah, that's kind of, I think I definitely remember getting a message from someone saying you're not really an advocate until you've received a good level of death threat. And I was like, yeah, I've just had that. So welcome to the family, kind of thing. You're one of us. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
Mhm.
you're doing well if you're annoying someone,
That's
right?
yeah, that's kind of what I'm angling towards in the much nicer way of putting it there, Amy, is you're not doing well until someone's really angry at you, apparently. And that's yeah, where when you get there, you sure as hell know about it.
Any other slightly more joyful moments of success? Lauren, you were mentioning the gaming awards.
Yeah, when innovation and accessibility became a category, I think it was 2018. I think it was the first year of it. I think it's been about 6, 7 years now. Yeah. I got an email from Jeff Keighley, and I was like, am I allowed to swear? Sorry.
Yeah, I think you are.
What the fuck are you doing emailing me? I was nobody, you know? And then it was just like, oh, we're contacting a bunch of like vocal people in the gaming space that do focus on accessibility, whether it's like as a full-time job or just like as a advocacy sort of thing. And they invited me to like nominate, and I got very excited about that. And then a couple years later, they invited me to be a nominator and a judge. So I'm like, oh. Yeah, that was kind of a moment where I was like, okay, apparently what I'm saying matters to someone else other than like me. And that was very validating, which is great. It didn't make me any money, but I'm not sure advocacy is the space to be doing it for the money.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't, right? What about you, Melody?
I think like similar to Lauren and Matt is the first time somebody contacted me asking me on my opinion for something to do with the game, I was like, oh, why? Why though? Oh, because you respect what I have to say. That's weird. And yeah, I guess it's just that reassurance of, yeah, you are actually having an impact and that you're making a change, because you obviously that's your goal when you're speaking out and saying things, but I don't know, there's always that part of you that's kind of expecting people to just kind of like nod along and go, yeah. But once you actually start to see people reaching out to you or other friends that you've made who are also advocates, and you're just like, oh my God, people are actually just doing this out of their own free will. They're not being made to. This is amazing. I think that's the moment. And I kind of get it every time someone messages me, even though it's been like 3-4 years now. I still get those little butterflies of people care. This is exciting.
I think. Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say validation from the community itself is the biggest one, like that, when someone you respect or have respected for years and years also reaches out and kind of goes, hey, I've got an opportunity and I think you'd be good for it. And you do have that, oh my God, he picked me out of everyone. That means I must be doing something right. Yeah. It definitely does validate it and brings you that moment of, yeah, like you've said, that little bit of glee.
And I think maybe it's just, for everyone enjoying this, it's a moment to say nice things to the people who are doing good stuff, right? You're not always going to be able, obviously pay us if you can, but actually sometimes just that recognition and that, oh, what you said was useful, or I had the same experience and you speaking about that made a difference to me. That sometimes when the rest of the inbox might be the death threats, that's kind of what advocates need sometimes. And it can be really transformative. Who else do you think is doing it really well? Can you reflect on any experiences or examples of where you've seen some really successful advocacy moments? Maybe something that's, empowered you, or just something that you've just been impressed by?
Can I talk about a moment that, according to staff, was directly as a result of my accessibility
Yes.
feedback?
Yes.
Yes.
Last year's TwitchCon, I go to it, I have a panel, get wheeled into the panel room, and then a member of staff that was there, she was very excited to see me. She was like, "Oh, I want to show you, I want to show you." She takes me to the back of the stage and they have a built-in ramp. And she was like, "Because you specifically very much talked to us about this last year when we didn't have a ramp available for your panel, we've made sure every single stage has a built-in ramp." And I was just like, really? Because I did something good. I did something that actually meant that it wasn't just me as a disabled creator that benefited from that. It's any creator that has any kind of issues. Maybe they hurt their foot because they walked too far the first day of the con and they still need to get on stage. They've got a nice ramp to do it now. And it means so much to know that, like, I have actually made change. Like, it's very concrete change that, like, people can see, you know? So it was very exciting.
Yeah.
And
I,
validating as well.
I had a similar moment. I remember, I think it might have been during some training I delivered, or it might have even been at GaConf, where I made a comment around how I wish I could enjoy the hype around game adverts and sneak peeks and YouTube videos as much as everybody else. And I said, I'm so excited. I love Assassin's Creed, and I would love the next, coming soon release advert video to have audio description. And then I don't know how long after that, I got a little PM in my inbox from somebody at Ubisoft with just a link to the audio described Valhalla trailer and said, "This is for you." And I know I was not the sole person. Like, obviously, there are many people who work behind the scenes to make that happen. But the fact that that had been remembered as something and that it had been sent to me was so powerful and beautiful. And then I could get involved in all the hype, and I loved that moment, and obviously shared it loads and shed a few tears. And I think, you don't always get massive, massive wins. Sometimes it's just the small changes as well that can really make a big impact. What about Matt and Melody? Have you got any good examples?
I love it when I see someone else trending on social media. Not necessarily trending massively, but when you see someone, another content creator, and you see them like, oh, that's a large amount of impressions. And I know in a lot of other spaces it'd be instantaneous jealousy, probably. But actually, you kind of go, actually, no, we need that. We need someone like Arevia to get
Yeah.
50,000 views on a tweet, because when they see that and they see someone that's so good at it and they see them trending, it's actually like people, it's mind the pun from me, it can be eye-opening because people kind of go straight away, what's accessibility? What is she talking about? And then you don't know if they're diving a bit deeper into it. And when you see someone else kind of go viral a little bit on social media with regards to an accessibility post, whether that's on TikTok or Twitter, may she rest in peace, anywhere like that, it does make you kind of go, yay, it's working. We're not sitting here and just talking to each other, because sometimes it can feel like that. It gets shared massively inside our own space. But when you kind of see one break the barrier, and that's when you do have a bit of a yay, punch the air moment. It's working. It's not, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, mine's kind of the same. Like, because I often feel that when you're working in the advocacy space, that's all you see on the social media that you use, because that's what the algorithm feeds you. So when I hear it from my mum or my partner that they've seen something in the news about I don't know, this game winning an award for its accessibility or, something like that. I'm like, oh, wow, that's like real people news. It's got to the real
Yeah.
people news. That's amazing. And yeah, there needs to be more of that. But it seems that in the more recent times, it has started to get to the mainstream media, which is really, really good.
So we've talked about some of those joys and those empowering moments, and when it gets to the real people news, I love that. What are some of the challenges about using streaming or content creation as a disability advocate?
Oh, where do
I
I
was about to say,
start?
yeah. How long can we got? Because I'm renowned for my talks going far longer than I need to because I ran.
I'll very
Yeah.
quickly just mention my thing. I think I forgot at the beginning of my intro to mention that I have ME/CFS, autoimmune disease on top of that called Sjogren's. I got diagnosed 2.5 weeks ago with ADHD and autism, and I am very swiftly realizing my entire life is fatigue. But unfortunately, especially with a condition like ME/CFS, where there are always consequences for every bit of energy you use, that is the thing that holds me back the most. Oh, hey, Kat. That's the thing that holds me back the most in my life, and with advocacy and with content creation and with streaming, because my God, is it difficult to do what the algorithm begs you to do, which is to be online all the time, always talking, always hyping things up, creating, going onto every other platform possible. You've got to be on every platform all the time, creating that. There is no opportunity to rest and recover and take care of yourself if you want to be seen. And as somebody who pretty much spends 99% of their life in their house, I already don't get seen. So it's not fun. And that makes it very, very difficult. And it can get quite isolating and a bit depressing because I know I'm entertaining. I know I speak well, and I don't speak on topics that I have not got a knowledge on. I won't sit there and deliberately spread a bunch of, misinformation for attention and clicks and drama. I'm not that kind of person. But I'm not online enough to really get the reach that somebody who can be online a lot more often does. And I think it goes for all of us, whatever your disability, it has an impact on your life in some way. And that impact makes you not ideal for the algorithm to chew you up and spit you out,
Matt?
Let's talk about what happens at the moment you mentioned disability. That's the other one, isn't it?
Yep.
To put it like that, it's basically the moment you say disability, you kind of feel the room go, oh, not that again. And it's like, hold on, what? Yeah. And that's how it feels sometimes, doesn't it? And what else can you say other than when I've known it for a fact, like when you on Twitch, for example, we get a big raid. Sometimes the moment you mention disability or the fact you're fighting for something or you actually care about something, your numbers half and you're like, well, funny that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or you have to deal with 90 billion. But if you're blind, how can you play a game? You're faking it. Your eyes look normal.
Oh yeah,
lie.
yeah.
I've heard people go, "Oh, you're not disabled, you're just fat," and it's like, I put on makeup. That's why I don't look disabled. You can't see the soul just eking out of me right now because I am so goddamn tired all the time. I hide it for your pleasure, okay? So don't try to tell me I'm not who I am, what I am. Like, it's like everybody has this preconceived notion in their head of exactly what every disability looks like.
Yeah, well,
right?
the thing is, you're either not
And the
disabled
moment-
enough or you're too disabled.
Yeah. And they're
no
like,
one's
oh,
ever
if you're
happy.
so disabled, how can you do this thing? And it's like, hello, have you heard of variability in the day-to-day experience? Like, some days are pretty good, and I can actually manage to do this thing. But I can't tell you about the 4 days before and after where I either rested solidly and did nothing with my life to prepare for this event. And then you don't see everything afterwards, all of the pain, the exhaustion, the vomiting, the symptoms, the everything that happens as a result of doing like any good thing. They don't see that because I'm not live streaming 24/7 my awful experiences.
I think for me as well, that time limiting comes from access needs, but I'm also a part-time working parent, and the few working hours that I have, if I don't make money during those working hours, I'm facing a loss because I've got to pay for childcare. So when I've got 3 hours of childcare, do I schlep myself over to deliver some customer experience training where I'm going to get paid a decent rate for that? Or do I sit on Twitch and then spend hours making videos, which I'll be lucky if I get a few pence or pounds from that. And so for me, I can't afford what the algorithm needs. And unfortunately, it feels like what the industry needs, because I'm still here and I'm still playing games. It's just I'm playing them very quietly after my toddler's gone to bed, and I still have lots of thoughts and opinions on them. But when I've spent a whole day with a 2-year-old, I physically can't stream. And for those devs and the industry watching, some of us are still here and we're still playing, but just because we're not kind of performing it doesn't mean we don't have perspectives. And we still have really valuable insight. And there are ways to find us that are not just through, who's got the best sponsorship deals or who can be the most kind of visible and popular and get affiliated and all that stuff that I just can't do. I just don't have the time for it. Maybe I will in 5 to 10 years again if it's still around, but it's making me feel like I can't add value because I can't stream.
I completely agree with that. I had to take a step back from streaming for a good 6-7 months because I had to get a part-time job because I had no money, and because I have chronic fatigue along with my physical disabilities. I was in bed the hours I wasn't working. So I lost that whole following I'd worked so hard to build up.
I know.
And it was all gone. And it was like, how do I come back from that? It was a really hard thing to just go, okay, stop overthinking it, stop thinking about how the algorithm is working against you, and just get back into it and get back to doing what you want to and helping build a better world of gaming and inclusion. But it's such a hard thing to fight the algorithm because it's constantly telling you you're not good enough. And it is such a battle mentally, which is even more exhausting if you have chronic fatigue.
Yeah, even when you do have the capacity to stream and you are looking for sponsorships and stuff like that, it's still the battle and a half, because unfortunately companies look straight at your numbers.
Yeah.
There's what difference do you actually make? How do you actually impact our product? I say this a lot, where I probably make video games more money than people with thousands of views because my community trusts my opinion on accessibility. They trust my opinion on the video game. They come to me and go, if I buy it, can I actually play it? And I will go yes or no. And if I say yes, they 90% of the time will go and buy that game because they trust my opinion. I'm not just sat here screaming and shouting at the game to get some clicks.
Yeah.
It's even when you've got the ability to stream and it's still facing that moment of, well, I need to work with this company, but actually to get a product, they need me to have 50 average viewers on one platform, 1 million views on another platform, and then to promise to make 14 hours of content on a chair. And it's like, hold on, what? This isn't accessible. This isn't going to happen anytime soon. And it's, yeah, Radaz is laughing because she knows the pain of it as well.
Yeah. I
think-
also know the pain of just like being a disabled person trying to make money off of like, creation and stuff, and then basically barely even being able to pay your bills. It's definitely not stressful, nor an experience I'm currently going through. So,
I think you made such
great.
You made such a good point though, Matt, and I think this is what I would like people to pay attention to. And my kind of follow-up question was, is streaming, is content creation actually the right platform for advocacy? But I think Matt's kind of answered it because, yeah, if I watch Matt play a game, I'll buy it because I know I can play it if Matt can play it. And that goes for so many people in the community where I feel like maybe it's not making us money, but are we finding the right audiences? How are we building those communities? Can anyone tell us a bit more about those communities, what you're part of? Have you built those? What support networks exist around advocacy and gaming as a disabled person? Who wants to go first?
I don't mind jumping in on that one.
Yeah.
So we've kind of worked with the RNIB previously on things, and we've set up gaming groups for people with vision impairment across the country via the RNIB. And it's amazing because they've just become friends through gaming. And also they've become people that support me as a streamer, as a content creator. And they also make me feel like I'm doing a good. Like, I know that sounds stupid, but we've all had imposter syndrome, got imposter syndrome. And the biggest barrier for me, or not barrier, the biggest thing that got me through the imposter syndrome was at an event, and I had people that were in part of my community thank me for what I'm doing. And it was like, because I didn't know I was any good at it. I was just like, I thought I was just rambling on social media. And they were like, no, thank you, because you're making a difference. And that's from people inside my own community. And that was the biggest thing for me, being able to kind of validate what I'm doing and kind of get up in the morning and do it, was when someone from my own community that we'd helped build turned around to me at an event and was like, I've never said this, but thank you. And when it comes from your own community, I was dumbfounded. I didn't know what to say, what to do. And it's massive when it comes from your own community that you've helped build through different channels, whether you've built it for yourself using Discord on your channel, or you've got done for a charity that support these people. Community is the biggest reason I do this now, without a doubt.
I think one of the incredible things about the content creation space in general is just how much good you can do for what seems like relatively little. Obviously, it all depends on your own personal situation, but the amount of money I've been able to raise for charity
Yes.
is unreal. Like more than I ever could have expected. Over 30,000 on Tiltify, just by myself. And then there's like Just Giving and a bunch of other things. And I was taking part in the Jingle Jam for a few years with the Oxcast, which always raises a huge amount of money, and it's an incredible thing. And I think even though we don't live an algorithm-friendly life,
No.
what we do have, these communities that we build for ourselves, these spaces of people that understand us, that get us, that see all of the things that we struggle with and support us regardless. Maybe they see something, part of them in our experiences, and they trust us. And it's such a privilege to have that trust, but then also to be able to use that trust and community to do so much good for the world and for other people, to those that are like less fortunate, knowing that you are changing the world for the better makes it all worth it, even when it gets really difficult.
That was very powerful. Thank you. And you have achieved incredible fundraising goals, and you should be suitably proud of that. Melody, what about you? Where's your community?
I mean, I think I like the fact about online spaces, communities anyway, because being a disabled person, you are more than likely going to be spending more times out of work, out of school, out of whatever it is, because your life is more unpredictable. So trying to have those local communities is a harder thing. So having the gaming community, the streaming community, just having that with you in your pocket, the fact that it's portable is such an important thing. And it's also great because you can have that intersectionality of communities that wouldn't necessarily mix in day-to-day life. Because unfortunately, the way society is set up, disabled people and non-disabled people don't tend to mix in the same circles, whether it's due to the pub not being accessible or just there's no disabled parking, so it's really hard to get to. So the fact that by doing advocacy, you can improve the lives for disabled people, but you can also educate non-disabled people on other life experiences that unfortunately you don't really get to learn about in day-to-day life, which is very weird that we kind of have these two separate lifestyles that go on, because the amount of times I've had people message me going, whoa, I didn't realize some people would have to lie in bed all week just to go to an all-day event. Wow, people actually lived like that? It's like, yeah, they do. How do you not know this? But no, it's just so great to see other people's knowledge of difference growing.
I agree. And I think when content creating, although it can come with a lot of stress and hostility, it is those powerful moments where either you think, oh, there's somebody who gets that now. Like I had somebody, I do lots of content creation with my guide dog Ava on TikTok. She is a popular internet dog. She gets recognized, and then I have to be like, hi, yes, I hold on to her. And I've had people comment that now it's made them really aware of things like when an e-bike or an e-scooter has been left across a pavement and they move it because they've seen Ava have to guide me into the road around that kind of object. And they've seen how stressful that is. And that is really powerful, social media, streaming. It's given disabled people a voice that we are quite often still denied in traditional media. And it allows us to tell our own stories. And you're right, Melody, it helps us find each other as well. And I love that. I love that I get to meet all sorts of people who live with different experiences of visual impairment all around the world. And I learn about all different types of disabilities and impairments and access needs. And it enriches my life that so many people do share their lived experience. And that is so valuable and important. Talking about sort of being an advocate online, and we've touched on this a bit, and I'm, Rad, as I said, you've had quite a stressful time at the moment around it. What do you do to manage that well-being and those access needs? I'm going to say self-care strategies. It's a phrase that is overused, but I think as disabled people, we invented self-care. So we're the experts to talk on it.
Honestly, it's very difficult. And it really depends on my needs at the time. I had a pretty lengthy withdrawal from the accessibility space a couple of years ago. I was dealing with some pretty nasty PTSD regarding disability treatment from the UK government. And I just did not feel safe in any way. I did not feel safe to talk about my experience or to be myself publicly online because I felt like I was just being watched and judged constantly. And in that regard, like in that moment, my self-care was to take a step back. It's not a thing that I wanted to do, but it was something that meant I was able to come back once I'm not recovered, but I'm able to actually like be me again. So that's at least progress. But I think all of us as advocates, no matter what we're going through, no matter what health issues we're dealing with, life issues, anything like that, it is so important to actually do the kind of crap thing and step back when we need to. Even if it feels like we're going to be forgotten forever, because I wasn't. Ian invited me to this and I've never done a GaConf before. And this is me and my sort of like return to the space. So at the end of the day, like all of us in the space are important. And we all care about one another and we care about making sure that we all have, we have the best lives possible, that we're all taking care of ourselves. I care about you all taking care of yourselves more than any content you could create. And I think the same goes for all of us. So yeah, it really is about like actually I call it radical rest
Yeah.
because it's enforcing rest upon yourself even when that internal part of you from all the ableism of life tells you that you have to do stuff, you have to be productive, or you are a burden to the world. Because we're not. I might have to watch this back later so that I can
Yeah, I
remind
was thinking
myself.
that myself.
Yeah.
I was like, I should probably clip that.
Yeah, can we clip that?
Just
Rest.
post it, send it to me, please. And then I can rewind it and watch it every time I start to feel down about the fact that I've had to rest really intensely just so I could do that thing that I wanted to do. But yeah, to me, the most important thing is just do the self-care, no matter what it is. If you need it, do it, because your future self will always thank you for doing it. And everyone else will as well.
Yeah.
We like happy people. We like healthy people. We like people that are doing the best they can with what life has thrown at them. And that best is sometimes just resting. And I want that for everyone.
It's so true. And it is radical to rest. It really is, because it does challenge the idea that you must constantly be productive in this society, because being a rested, mentally well person is productive. I think you're so right that turning off, stepping back can be essential. I think also for me, and I've had to do this a lot, is to go, actually, that's not my fight. And I really hate walking away from that fight, but it's not mine. And there might actually be somebody who's better equipped to do it and who understands the space better, who has more time. And I would really, if I had some recommendations around advocacy and well-being, it would be to have those networks, like I mentioned before, and kind of work out who are your, I mean, I'm not going to go full socialist republic on this, but, find your comrades, like who can share that work. Like, I'm part of a consultancy at Playability, and that's a great place to be, because it was offered to me and I thought, fantastic. Like, I don't have the time to do the admin or hunt for the work, but there's somebody who will do that, and then we work together and we collaborate on the outcomes. And so sometimes it's about resource sharing, it's about passing the mic, it's about going, you know what, actually, I think Matt would speak better on this than me, or Melody passing it to someone else and saying, you know what, they have some expertise in this and I don't have to fight every single fight. And I'll be really, really honest, like sometimes I choose a different fight, because as much as I love gaming, it's very rarely safety critical for me to have an accessible game. And this is what I also want people to understand, is sometimes the fight that I'm having, which means I don't have the time to have the conversation about, what high contrast mode is best, is that I'm really scared about actually being allowed into a hospital with my guide dog, with my poorly baby. Like, that's the fight I might be having somewhere else. And that's going to be my priority. And I might need to come back to that conversation about what is the best, contrast or text size or quick time event solution. And that's not to take away from the vital importance of many of these accessibility features. But if you get that message from an advocate saying, I'm just dealing with some other stuff right now, that's not necessarily them being rude or they've snuck off to a competitor. It might be that the other stuff is just their right to be able to work or walk down their street safely or access some healthcare or take that radical rest that they need. What do you think, Matt and Melody?
Yeah, I mean, I think so much of being disabled is fighting. You are constantly fighting, whether you are choosing to be an advocate or not, you are always advocating for yourself, no matter what. Like, you can't get into your local shop, so you complain, they now have a ramp. You're an advocate. It's these small things that you're doing all the time that you don't realize is taking up your mental energy, that by the time you get to the end of the week, you're like, I just can't think, I can't do anything. And it's really hard trying to break that cycle of fighting everything, because you want everything to get better. but you've got to try and be mindful that yes, you feel like you can do it now, but will you be thinking that at the end of the week when your friend has asked if you want to go for a drink and you can't because you've used all of your energy? And I definitely think that's what I've struggled with the most, is accepting that it's okay to say no to some things. That's not you taking yourself out of the race and out of space. You're just saying, I can't do this one right now. I've got 1,000 other things going on in my life and I just need to sit and watch TV for a minute. And that's okay.
Is anyone else not good at practicing what they preach, though? That's the question.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's me
me.
to a T. Yeah.
Me.
I just thought I'd breach that one because I'm quite renowned for not practicing what I preach on that side of things. Yeah, we all put pressure on ourselves. Let's not lie and beat around the bush and sit there and be like, oh no, I'm perfect. I'm not. I'm far away from it. I'm advocate massively for mental health, go through burnouts in the past and things like that. And then you sit there and you go, probably need to do that myself and practice what I preach. And yeah, it's not easy because you do, like I said, you do sometimes feel like you've got the weight of the world on your shoulders when you're advocating for something and you're advocating a community that's close to your heart and stuff. It's always difficult, and then you don't practice what we preach, because I'm the first one to reach out to someone and be like, I've seen you around a lot lately. Are you taking time off? What are you doing? And then sitting there going, probably should step away for a bit and not put so much pressure on myself. It'll be all right. I'll sort it out in the end. And yeah,
I think we kind of need the Matts of this world to kind of do that, though, because I was going to say you need to call in before you call out, right? And actually, sometimes it needs that supportive other person who understands to say, hey, I notice you are working very hard. Are you okay? And things like I've become really quite militant about my out of office, and that I have really, really clear information in my out of office that I'm a disabled person, and people have to change their expectations about normative working. And sometimes I think you just have to keep saying it out loud, because that in of itself is advocacy, to talk about rest, to talk about part-time and flexible work, to talk about mental well-being and taking breaks. And no, I'm not going to answer your email on a Sunday evening. But yeah, I think that's part of kind of the combination about self-care strategies and community. It's sometimes I think we kind of all need to do a map to each other and sort of check in and be that voice of reason when we're not practicing what we preach.
it's also really hard as well when it's a whirlwind.
Yeah.
Like advocacy is one hell of a whirlwind. It's a roller coaster. It's up, it's down, it's left, it's right. You have emotional highs, you have emotional lows, and sometimes it's working out how do you deal with that roller coaster. And especially as quite a lot of us are neurodivergent, we get hit harder than most with that emotional roller coaster. And yeah, it's about saying no. I learned that, and learning that you do have to step away and say no, which is really hard when you are freelance.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
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 and you need to be paid, and
Yeah.
and
And
I could be here for hours. Yeah.
So if anybody watching has some work going,
Yeah, maybe if you could pay
we're
me for
all
doing
free.
nothing. Yeah, maybe if you could pay me for doing
Hey.
nothing for a couple of days, that'd be quite nice as well, you know?
do you want to sponsor me to sleep on stream? I
Yeah.
will do
Yeah,
that.
no,
Give
I'm
me
there.
just in a really nice pair of headphones, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So apart from maybe starting up a sleeping cam, what advice would you give to people starting out advocacy in the gaming industry? Try and keep it to one sentence.
Can I start with that? I just want to say 2 words. And I'd look back now and sometimes go, did I? And it's enjoy it.
Yes.
Because you get so many like all of us in this room have had amazing opportunities with different companies, different gaming experiences. And then because you're so work mode, sometimes you don't actually necessarily enjoy that moment. And when I say to people, one of the big things I say when you start advocacy is try and enjoy it. It's not easy, but try and enjoy it, because you have pinch me moments where you get an email from Xbox saying, would you like to come to this event? And it's like, oh my God, I've played that console since I was like 6 years old. And you do have to pinch yourself. And I say to people, please, it's hard work. It's not easy, but at the same time, enjoy it.
Enjoy it. Love that. Melody?
I guess following with the 2-word thing is keep going. It's okay to take breaks. It's okay to step back. But you can always come back and continue where you left off. You are still an advocate if you are still willing to fight for inclusion and representation, no matter how many breaks you take.
Lauren?
My one sentence is going to be a couple words longer, but it is simply that no matter what is happening in the space, you are not alone. There are so many of us that have been doing this on and off for such a long time, and we're active on the various social medias. I prefer Blue Sky over rest in peace Twitter, and the space over there is so kind, and the advocacy space in all of the social medias is generally kind. We support one another. We always do, always will. So anytime you're feeling low or you're feeling like you're not getting your voice heard, we're here. We're here for you.
And mine is your needs are valid. And it's easy to lose sight of that when it feels like you keep repeating yourself about the same thing that isn't changing. And society encourages us to minimize and dismiss and talk down our access needs as disabled people. But your needs are valid. And when you speak about them, there is a queue of people behind you that you don't even know that are thinking exactly the same thing. And that's why it's worth it. Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's been powerful. It's been emotional. And I think we all need to go and have a little nap.
Sounds good.
Yeah, baby.
Don't-
Blankets, cats.
Don't need to tell me
times.
twice.
Test. Test again. Test again. Look, I had narrowed it down to 2 buttons and I got it wrong. But that's okay, we made it. I do wish we could rename that panel to basically the group of fabulous people who don't take their own advice panel. Because, you know, a lot of what they talked about, they are all really bad at doing themselves because they're out there hustling too hard all the time. But that's why we love them. And one of the things that I really wanted to highlight is the importance of the communities that they talked about, and the communities that they talked about building as part of their advocacy work. You know, Lauren said, we don't live an algorithm-friendly life. And so you need a lot of people around you to help you and support you. And these communities, they are a support network. They are reinforcements. And it builds trust and it builds friendships, but also validation. And that the things that you're saying, the things that you're doing, the things that you need are important and they do matter. And, you know, I absolutely love having this as what we're leaving to go to lunch on, because I think there was a lot of great content in there that we can all sit and, oh my God, I almost said digest. I've been spending too much time around Ian. I was not gonna make a pun. Anyway, that we can all digest over lunch. Now, speaking of lunch, so due to the tech issues, we are about 15 minutes behind schedule today. So what we have decided to do is we are going to come back at 2:30 so that we can have the full hour for lunch. And then in the afternoon, some of the 10-minute breaks, we will start shortening those up so we can make back the time so that we'll get back on schedule. But we wanted to make sure everyone had plenty of time to go and eat and not, rush that whole experience. A few announcements for those of you in person. If you had a dietary restriction, we have special food for you. Please see one of our staff members. Otherwise, the buffet is set up. And I'm pleased to report, for those of you who were here last year, the potato salad, which was a huge hit. If you know, we have it again this year. We specifically requested that we have the potato salad again. So I hope you all enjoy that. And with that, I release you for lunch, and we will see you all when we come back in an hour. So thank you so much. Hello, everyone. All right. I hope you had a fantastic lunch. All right, and our captions are going. We have our interpreters. So one of the things that we always do is, really struggle to figure out which talks we want to have happen during the conference. And there are always too many topics, and so we started adding the lightning talks a few years of 15-minute rounds. And I'm really excited to have Ame come and give this talk about how to accessibility champion in 2025 is how I'm gonna recap it. And I know that Ame can do this in 15 minutes. I believe in you.
Thank you.
Believe in yourself. All right, Ame, everyone.
Hello. All right. Can you hear me? Okay. All right, so we're right after lunch, so I know everybody's kind of just like having the post-launch nappies, but I will try to make this as snappy as possible. That was so bad. Oh my God. Let's just edit that and post. Thank you. All right, so selling progress in 2025 can be a bold task. And I wanted to get into that with you a little bit. My presentation is tarot themed for no reason, except then I thought it was cute. So I named this the Accessibility Champion Survival Pack, kind of like a card pack, 2025. And yeah, I decided to make this theme last night. So yes, these cards are AI generated. I'm an artist, but I know you might have some opinions, but give me a break, okay? Cool, let's start. So why are we doing this? If I can press on the thing, okay. Why are we doing this? Who, what, why? So first of all, who am I? My name is Ame. I go by she, her. I'm French Canadian. I work as a games accessibility lead at Player Research. I'm a tall, curvy white woman with curly hair. Today I have my hair in a bun and I have a black blazer and eyeglasses. So what are we going to be talking about? I just said it. Tarot-themed tips and thoughts for success during dark times, which we will get into in just a second. I decided to do this because our community is hurting. It would be kind of to put our heads in the sand to pretend that everything is super well these days when there's a lot going on in the world. And yeah, so that's why I'm doing it. And we'll get into the why in a second. Initially, I was going to make this talk very business oriented, which it is in some ways still. However, we ran a survey a couple of weeks ago. Just as I was preparing for this talk, I wanted to hear people's opinions and feelings and thoughts, and saying that people are feeling discouraged would be the understatement of the year. So I decided to focus a little bit more on the human side of things, which I hope you will appreciate and relate with. The political climate, can you see that? Okay. We could describe it as raining with a chance of despair. So this is not a political talk, but I just wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge things are messy right now. The recent US election put a lot of pressure and hopelessness into our community. And in a field where we always advocate for progress and going forward, it can feel very discouraging and hard to continue to thrive and succeed in these current moments that we're living in. So I just want to focus on our connectiveness right now and the hive mind that we're in, because we can empower each other and we can lift each other up. And I hope that we can do that together so that we can come out on the other side stronger and even better than before. So let's start. As a first
exercise, this is our first card, the Anxious Dragon. So the Anxious Dragon is a sign of strength and fiercelessness. But no matter how strong a dragon is, he is not safe from feeling overwhelmed and paralyzed by fear, especially after masking his worries for so long. So actually, I want us to do a bit of an exercise together. I'm going to do a 3-3-3 breathing exercise. You don't have to follow me. You can do whatever makes you calm in life, fidgeting with a piece of paper, whatever it is. But if you want to join me, let's inhale for 3 seconds, hold it in for 3 seconds, and then we'll exhale for 3 seconds. Okay, so let's do it together. You can close your eyes if you want. The silence, beautiful. It sounds corny. It sounds silly to do these types of exercises. However, I do find that taking the time to really go make a literal pause of what you're doing really, really helps. It helps to reground yourself. It helps getting out of a maybe executive dysfunction, panic zone. So whatever helps you feel calm, whether it's a breathing exercise or meditation or praying, whatever it is, take the time to do it. Life goes fast, but it's never too fast to take literally 15 seconds to make you feel better. So that's a very simple tip, but I do think it really helps because nobody's safe from feeling overwhelmed and anxious and stressed out. Okay, so when you get into a bad train of thought, take the conscious effort to do that. Next, we have the virtuous chameleon. He's virtuous because while his strengths lie in adaptability and empathy, his heart always remains true to himself. This is something I want to talk about for a bit because depending on who you talk to, you might need to shift your approach. Not everybody is at the same step in the journey when it comes to accessibility. Shifting your approach does not mean bending over to dilute your mission or, please someone, but it does mean to meet people where they are. Don't try to take someone to the finish line if they're not ready. Meet them where they are. Right now, for example, I am aware, and you're probably aware as well, that there's actually a lot of companies that are a bit fearful of DEI, DEIB, DIA related initiatives, which sucks. And I wish it was not the case, but we can't pretend that it's not the case. And I don't know about you, but we got bills to pay. So we can't let that stop us from accomplishing things. So what I mean by that is if you have a presentation, for example, with the higher ups, and you're in a company that is currently feeling that fear of DEI related initiatives and stuff, if it means removing the words DEI from a presentation, even though I agree that in an ideal world, we keep accessibility and DEI intertwined, don't beat yourself up over it. If it means that you're able to get budget and get things moving by removing those 3 letters temporarily, hopefully, in my mind, I think that's legit. I see a lot of activists online sometimes who have a very holier than thou attitude, saying, if you work for a company that is not, fighting for DEI initiatives and taking these commitments publicly and things like that, you should leave and you should not be working for that employer. And that's all great. However, the fact is not everyone can just leave and quit their jobs. Okay, so I'm not asking you to quit your job. I'm not asking you to put your livelihood at risk. And that means, again, taking the steps to protect yourself and your program or your initiatives where need be. So that's just what it is. But the main tip here is to try and align your message with company values, because there's 2 things here. when you speak people their language, they'll pay attention more easily. And also, you can keep people accountable by speaking their own language. And I'll get into a quick example of that. When I worked at Square Enix in Eidos Montreal, something that I did while we were pitching to have a full-time department is researching basically everything that a company stands for. And every company has this, by the way. You know, values, mission statements, vision, things like that. And this is what Eidos has on their very public website, by the way. So crafting emotions, and their 4 core values are people, courage, business savvy, continuous improvement. And then they kind of elaborate on each of those values. And as you can guess, accessibility fits very well into every single one of these categories. They did not build those values with accessibility in mind. I know that for a fact. However, by pitching, you know, presentations with higher ups and, you know, business plans and things like that, by speaking that language, by using those terms, by meeting them exactly where they are, they came up with this. I did not. You can get commitments a little bit more easily, and you can get people to pay attention a little bit more easily as well. So that's very, very, very useful, in my opinion. And again, many studios and publishers have this publicly on their websites, so you can research this. And whether it's your company or your clients or people you want to work with, you know, researching what they stand for can help you so much in shaping your message accordingly. And it can also help you avoiding altogether, you know, if you're about to, you know, apply for a position or work with someone, you know, and then they put on their website that they literally do not want to hear about this stuff, then, you know, you can choose your battles a little bit more easily. Then we have the United Frogs. It's pretty simple here. It's basically about unity, of course. The United Frogs, while mostly a solitary animal or amphibian, are amphibians animals? I don't know. Do tend to group up to help each other in certain scenarios, for mating or for feeding, for example. In our case, there's definitely a lot of groups of people we can tend to not team up with or not necessarily speak to because they may not be established champions around you, whether it's people in your company or colleagues, just because they've not kind of showed themselves to be advocates or champions. However, these are usually the exact people you should be teaming up with because it's not because they're not champions that they cannot be great supporters. Team up together to boost your pitch. Before going to direction or leadership or higher ups, identify people around you that can be helpful. And, you know, it's not about using people, it's just about showing that your program is important to them as well as you. It's just that people don't know what they don't know. If they're not aware, they're not going to know. So go and speak to people who maybe usually you would not be speaking to because they're not super vocal. And you might actually identify amazing allies in those people who, while not champion what you do, they trust you and they support you because they know that you're the one who should be handling this. So try to find those people. And in that exercise, always lead with empathy, not just towards the disability community, who we're ultimately serving, but also for your colleagues and developers. Because, as you may know, game dev is no piece of cake. So try to really understand what your teams are going through and try to align your objectives and basing yourself in the reality that that team is living in. You know, so really ground yourself in a communal reality rather than having your utopia that you're trying to like fit into a box that doesn't make sense. So lead with empathy, try to understand where the challenges lie and align yourselves with that. That way you can augment each other's capacity and skill set, which increases everyone's value on the team and not just yours. So So yeah, so that's the United Frogs. Computer is a bit lagging, sorry. Now, my personal favorite is a small astronaut. It's a small mouse in a spacesuit. It represents progress, no matter how small the steps might be. Accomplishments take on many forms, big or small, whether it's sending an important email or showcasing a huge accessibility patch that your team managed to launch recently. It all counts towards progress. Progress is not always linear. It does mean that even if you need to take a step back sometimes or need to go through a couple of obstacles or weird side quests, does not mean that you're not progressing. Don't sell yourself short, celebrate wins. Don't let your efforts go unnoticed. Something we do encourage ourselves to do at Player Research, for example, is the shiny things of the week. So at the end of a week, no matter who you are, you can come up with things that were shiny during your week. It could be anything. It could be a huge deliverable that you did, or it could just be like, my dog, I bought my dog a really cute pajama, like whatever. Like it could be anything that makes you happy, and it just lifts the mood of everyone on the team. So just something to remind. And it could be you could be doing it to yourself. It doesn't have to be with other people, by the way. It's just a thing to remind you to count your accomplishments, because sometimes it can be easy to ignore that we've done so much if it's not a tangible deliverable that we're doing. So I feel that that's really, really important. So again, accomplishments don't have to be public facing too. That's true. And last but not least, the broken bridge. It represents the obstacles that we all face on a regular basis, whether it's production hindrances or challenges related to capacity, budget, resources. It's important to remember that obstacles don't mean that it's the end of a road or the end of a path. You can think outside the box. Evaluate alternatives. If a bridge is broken, is there other ways to get across? Maybe you need to wait for the bridge to get fixed. That's also a valid approach sometimes, but the idea here is to evaluate the different options. Each rejection, each challenge is a learning opportunity. So, when you're facing a hardship, it can be easy to get lost in the sauce, but there is usually always a learning exercise whenever we're facing hardships. So it's important to take the time to acknowledge that. Let experts fix their own problems. I see this especially because accessibility champions, especially within companies or full-timers, have a lot on their plates, a lot. So you don't need to take on other people's problems. Let people fix their own problems. If they need help, you can support. However, you need to protect yourself. And also, by letting people fix their own shit, you'll show them that you trust them. Actually, I think we can sometimes tend to want to do things ourselves just because we're the specialists or we're the experts. However, you need to let people try as well. So give people a little bit of trust, and try to not take on everything yourself. And a quick little quote that I like here: patience is the acceptance that things can happen in a different order than the one you have in mind. Because, as you may know, productions plans never, or almost never, go according to what the initial plan was. And that's the case for accessibility as well. You might have a really cool roadmap and a really fancy pipeline that you have to have everything done as you wanted it to be. But the reality is that there's a lot of that's not going to happen at all in the way that you expected it to be. So just remind yourself, whenever you're facing hardships and challenges, it's not the end of the road. It's just a bump in the road, and you'll be fine. And in the survey, there was a quote that I just wanted to add on here, just to add on to that. Do not take all the burden onto yourself. There are some external constraints that you cannot control. It's okay to scale back for a little bit. I don't know who wrote this. If it was you, thank you for sharing that. And last but very much not least, I wanted to add this slides. I literally added this last night because when I reviewed the survey answers, I think a lot of people needed to talk. And there was a lot of people that were going through very extreme dark thoughts, and I want you to please seek help. There are different free organizations and helplines that you can call depending on your country. I added UK, Canada, and the US here. In the UK, you can call 116-123, or you can text shout at 85258. Or in Canada and the US, you can call or text at 988. It's really important that we protect ourselves and that we take care of our mental health. You're not alone. And even if the people around you, are not the ones who you want to confide with, because I know we're all very low on spoons and we're all struggling in our own ways. So I know that it can feel sort of the easier path to isolate. However, there are external help that is free and that you should totally take advantage of. It's anonymous, it's free. So please do seek help. We're responsible for our own well-being as well. So it's really important that you take the time to do so. And of course, it goes without saying, if of course your life is at risk, please call emergency services. And that's that. You can find me on Blue Sky at @the_chick, or you can find me on LinkedIn. Thank you. Take care of yourself.
I want to say thank you to Ame for, number one, putting together a survey, but also taking the time to go through and really hear what the community needed and know what lessons that we needed to learn as accessibility champions, as people advocating in our day-to-day lives and our day-to-day jobs to make things more accessible. And I know that it is a lot of work to not just be someone who is advocating, to be someone who is listening to the words of other people who are struggling with where they currently are. And like Ame said at the beginning, like she didn't say the words, wow, this is a weird fucking timeline to be on, but that's that is how I take that. And like we've already heard this morning, community is important. And so yeah, there's a lot of great work in here about how to not only take the work you're doing to put it in the language of your company, your organization, to how to find success within your work, but also, the reinforcement that we do need each other. We are a community and we are here to support each other. And that's more important than ever. So with that, we will take a shorter than normal short break so we can get back on track, and we will see you with our next video in just a few minutes. Thanks. Okay. So if you're like me, you appreciate a well-made tool. Oh, where are captions? There we go. And when we have good tools, we are able to do our jobs better. And so I'm really excited to showcase this next talk, which is all about a tool named Chroma.
Hello everyone, hope you all are doing well. Thank you for joining us today at the Game Accessibility Conference for a showcase of our colorblindness accessibility tool called Chroma. I'm Jawad Shakil and I'm honored to present at GaConf today as the product manager of Chroma at Ubisoft. We at Ubisoft are thrilled to share this tool with everyone, which we hope will empower more people to make games or digital content which are accessible to colorblind players. So let's dive in and explore how this tool can be easily integrated in your workflow, allowing you to create and test faster. Did you know that globally around 300 million people are estimated to have color blindness, which is roughly equivalent to the population of the United States? This emphasizes the importance of making our digital content accessible to everyone regardless of their ability to perceive color. Now coming to the challenges that we faced, in our journey to make our games more accessible, we established a dedicated team to help test accessibility features. This incredible team, known as the Worldwide QC Accessibility Team, is based in our Bucharest studio. The accessibility team encountered three important challenges while assessing the accessibility of our games for colorblind players. The first one being ensuring the simulation was accurate. The second one being allowing us to view the simulation in real time and without missing frame. The third and the last one being our test team were not able to control the game while simulation was active. To give you a better idea of the challenges we faced before Chroma, our test team's workflow required them to take screenshots of high priority areas within the game and then apply a color blindness filter over it to assess it for issues. Also, there was no real-time feedback of what the test team were testing, making it tedious and inefficient for the team as the test team had to go back and forth after taking the screenshot from the game. These challenges led us to develop a new tool called Chroma. Chroma is a color blindness simulator designed for everyone. It empowers developers and testers to ensure their applications and games are accessible to individuals with color blindness. I will now delve into how we overcame the challenges we were facing one by one. The first challenge for us to address was accuracy of the algorithm. Chroma is powered by the highly accurate Color Oracle algorithm, offering robust color blindness simulation for all types. We have conducted multiple tests over an extended period to identify the algorithm that could simulate color blindness filters most accurately. Through intensive testing with different algorithms, we found that the Color Oracle algorithm consistently topped our benchmarking charts and closely matched real-world conditions. The second challenge was that the tool needed to simulate in real time. Chroma simulates the selected application in real time with an overlay, ensuring that no frames are missed and eliminating the need to process static images. In contrast, other applications in the market require manual overlay placement over the game. This manual process was tedious and carried a high risk of losing frames or having the frames change completely by the time the overlay was added. Due to the dynamic nature of the game, this often required redoing the test steps and recreating the same scenarios. The last challenge to address was the ability to be able to interact with the game while simulating color blindness. With Chroma, users can interact with the application while the simulation overlay is running. ensuring a seamless testing experience without the need to switch back and forth between multiple applications. This real-time overlay maintains testing continuity and quality, addressing the challenges posed by non-real-time tools. Previously, the lack of real-time simulation caused issues with the continuity of the test, as we had to constantly switch between tools when assessing the game for color blindness. Chroma's real-time overlay has significantly improved our testing process by maintaining consistency and quality. Chroma comes packed with features to enhance usability and accessibility. Chroma offers flexible screen options to suit your needs. Chroma can be utilized on either dual or single screens, versatile for different setups. Users can operate Chroma by using assignable hotkeys. It also provides dual view screenshot capturing, which merges both the original and altered app states in a single image. Users can also customize overlay based on their requirements by dragging the borders of Chroma UI in either of the directions. Let's now get into how the tool works exactly. To set up Chroma, we begin by first downloading the Chroma installer from the Ubisoft GitHub repository. Next, we double-click on the installer and follow the guided steps displayed to install Chroma. We'll create a shortcut on desktop for our ease of access. Now to initiate Chroma, we double-click on the Chroma icon. We should see the Chroma GUI open. Now that we have the tool installed and running, let's take a tour of the Chroma UI. To begin the configuration, we will first need to have the Chroma GUI on screen. Then we need to select the application that we want to simulate through Chroma. To simulate the desired application, we need to right-click on the Chroma UI area and select the application we want to simulate. You should see the Chroma overlay mirroring your application. Now we go to the taskbar, click on Show Hidden Icons, and right-click on the Chroma icon. The tool options will open. The options menu will have the following settings for the users. The first setting being filter. This setting is used to change the color blindness simulation filter manually. The second setting is input. This setting allows user to swap the control between tool and the application while the overlay is active. The third setting allows the user to maximize or minimize the Chroma UI. The fourth setting is the option setting. This menu is where the user is able to configure the different hotkeys to change filter, take screenshots on the go. It also has the option for the user to change the output directory. These are all the UI elements we need to be able to configure and work with Chroma. Now we will begin by navigating to the options menu in the Chroma settings. Once we have the options menu open, we'll begin by assigning the hotkeys for each family of functions in Chroma. We'll begin by assigning a hotkey for tool or game mode. We assign it as a combination of Alt key plus 9. Next, we assign the hotkey for both the variants of the screenshot. We assign Ctrl plus K for screenshot that consists of only simulated screen, and Ctrl plus L for the screenshot that consists of both the simulated and the original screen in one image. Next, we assign the hotkey for each of the filters. We assign Shift plus I as a hotkey for default or no filter, Shift plus O for protanopia, Shift plus P for deuteranopia, Shift plus K for tritanopia, and Shift plus L for grayscale. Lastly, we change the output repository as per our requirements. We are all set with our configurations. Now let's check how do we configure Chroma for dual screen and single screen mode. In dual screen mode configuration, to begin you first need to select the application you want to simulate by right-clicking on the Chroma UI area. In dual screen mode, the application you are simulating can be simulated in full screen, where Chroma is running on one screen and on the other screen you have the application running. You can resize the simulation screen by dragging the UI borders of Chroma in the desired direction. That's all we need to do for the dual screen mode configuration. In single screen mode configuration, we begin again by selecting the application we want to simulate by right-clicking on the Chroma UI. In single screen mode, you need to run full screen applications such as games in windowed mode. Otherwise, Chroma won't be able to simulate the application. This is the main difference between the screen configurations. In single screen, you need the application to be in the windowed mode, and in dual screen, you can simulate the whole screen using Chroma. Once the overlay is activated, we can resize the overlay by dragging the borders to cover the whole window of the application or parts of it as per our requirements. Now, we may notice that the application and simulated screens are misaligned. To align them, all we need to do is use the arrow keys to realign the screen, where overlay mouse completely covers the mouse icon on the application screen. That is all that is required for single screen configuration. Now that we have configured Chroma, let's see Chroma in action. Once we are done with our configuration, we will press the hotkey to change from tool mode to game mode. This feature allows us to control the game or application even when the overlay is active. It's particularly useful in a single screen setup. Now that we are in game mode, we can switch to our first filter. Using the hotkey, we should be able to change the filter from default to protanopia. Here, you may see that the shades of red are missing. Next, we switch to deuteranopia. Here, we will see the shades of green missing. Now we can switch to tritanopia. Here, we will see the shades of blue missing. The last one is the grayscale filter, where everything is black and white. This easy switch between filters allows our teams to have continuity in their tests and much better efficiency when it comes to coverage and time taken to test the games. In the same way, we can use the hotkeys to change between different filters on the dual screen setup. Nothing here changes. Everything remains the same, apart from the application being in full screen mode in dual screen configuration. We can now proceed to take screenshots as and when we require. To be able to capture the issues that our teams find during the test, they can use the screenshot hotkey Ctrl K or L to take the screenshot. We can find all our screenshots in the repository that we had configured earlier. In this case, it's on desktop. They can take the screenshot in two variations. One, which only contains the simulated screen, and the other screenshot that contains both the original and simulated screen side by side. And that's it. Chroma is a user-friendly tool that's easy to configure and use. We are releasing Chroma as an open source tool to empower everyone in making content accessible. We invite you to use it, contribute to it, and help improve it continuously. Accessibility is a collective effort, and we believe in the power of community collaboration. Whether you're a seasoned developer or just starting out, you can contribute to Chroma by submitting the code improvements, adding new features or integrations, reporting bugs or suggesting enhancements. You don't need to be a developer to make a difference. Help us by using the tool and providing feedback, sharing your experiences and use cases with us, and also spreading the word about Chroma to your network. Before we move on, I would like to take a moment to recognize the people behind the development of Chroma. The team whose effort and commitment have made this a valuable solution for all of us. Join us in making the games accessible. Scan the QR code to redirect to the Ubisoft GitHub repository. Additionally, you can visit the official Ubisoft GitHub link displayed on the screen to access the Chroma source code and GUI application. To learn more about the Color Oracle algorithm that powers Chroma, please visit colororacle.org. Thank you for your time and attention. We hope you share our excitement about Chroma and its potential to transform accessibility in games and applications. Together, we can make digital experiences accessible for everyone. Have a great day ahead.
One of the things that I was really excited is the real time for a lot of us who've been working in accessibility, you know, our attachment to Color Oracle, which has the same type of algorithm that is powering Chroma. But with Color Oracle, if you click or anything, you know, you lose that filter over your entire screen. So being able to have something that you can have running in real time will be massively impactful. And in case you missed it, there's already the GitHub link for this has already been posted in Discord, and we will get that pinned. So if you're interested in checking it out, you can do so today. And we will be taking a short break, and then we will be back with our next talk. Thank you. All right, we're gonna get started again. Okay. So I know for a lot of us here, there's always been a bit of a struggle in developing games and figuring out how they do or frequently do not interact with the native assistive technologies, not just on consoles, but also in mobile. And there's actually been a lot of work and a lot of improvements that have been happening to try to make this a better environment. And as someone who has recently been doing more mobile development than I ever have in the past, I'm really excited that we're going to get to learn about some of the native assistive technologies in iOS and Android for apps built in Unity. So please, let's welcome Harry.
Cool. Hello, everybody. Firstly, I just want to say what a pleasure it is to come to GaConf in general. This is my first time, and it's a real thrill to be here. Thank you, Ian, for letting me take up 15 minutes of the speaker time. Cool, on to the talk. So, as the title says, this is going to be a bit of a no-frill, dev-focused run-through tutorial of how to add support for specifically switch access, switch control, and getting continuous cursor position when on iOS, because those things previously have been non-trivial. And a little bit of the work I've been doing recently has been enabling this to work. So, cool. Who am I? So I'm Harry Cooper. I started my career working on audio games. I was then hired by Sun Moon, and most of the work I've been doing there, I've been working on iGazeGames.com for special effects, and then more recently making apps of those games, both on iOS and Android. The sort of main challenge with these games has been supporting the broad variety of control schemes that we're aiming for. So that's mouse, keyboard, touch, switch access and switch control, gaze tracking for iOS devices, which makes use of assistive touch, gamepad, and also mouse with dwell click, which has some interesting nuances on Android. Thanks. Okay, so the problem. Unity, I'm sure most of you know what Unity is. It's a game engine. One of the reasons you'll use Unity is that you can build out to a broad variety of build targets. In this case, iOS and Android. Now, until very recently, it has been required native code plugins. You might have to write something in Objective-C for iOS, or you might have to write something in Java or Kotlin for Android to support the native switch systems. So switch access on Android and switch control on iOS. The goal for this is that if you're an indie dev, it takes a lot of discovery to understand exactly how you implement these native technologies. My goal is to remove any of that work so that at least you can get on the bottom rung sort of technical facility of inserting these, not to say anything about the UI considerations that you need to make if you're going to claim that your game is accessible. Okay, so I've said the word switch a lot by this point. In case anyone's not aware, what is a switch interface? What do I mean when I say switch? I don't mean the Nintendo console. A switch device is just a device that means you can send an impulse via a number of different methods. It might be hitting a big button, it might be blowing on a sensor, it might be blinking, it might be some kind of hand gesture, but it's just sending an impulse to say something has happened. I've pressed a button, I've decided to do this. Switch interface receives that impulse, and then you can hook up the various impulses to work with the switch system you have on your device. So again, on Android, that's switch access, and on iOS, that's switch control. So what that sort of looks like is, imagine you've got your game screen, got a bunch of different buttons on it, and you've got a blue box around one of the buttons, and in like a one button switch configuration, you would typically have an auto scan enabled. So every 2 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever you set it to, it would scan to the next one, scan to the next one, scan to the next one. and then you click the button and that selects that UI object. Or you might have a two-switch configuration, in which case one button would be scan to the next, and the first button would be select that item. So switch access and switch control are just the native ways of implementing this control scheme. And it can be very, very useful for people who have some kind of mobility, disability. Yeah. Pause for effect. Okay, cool. So on to the practical information. How do you support switch access on Android? As of version 2023.2, Unity added something called the accessibility hierarchy class. What that is really meant for is screen reader support on Android and iOS. However, on a bit of a hunch, we thought, let's give this a punt, maybe it'll make switch access work on Android. Turns out it did, which is wonderful. The reason I put the Unity version in the title of the talk is that this works as of this version, doesn't work pre-2023.2, and I don't think it currently works in the very latest build of Unity. So there's this Goldilocks sort of period where you can get away with doing this. Okay, so first step is to change your build target to Android, as you'd expect. For anyone who's not a dev, there's a bit of C# coming up. I apologize for that. Okay, you need to get the accessibility package. That brings in the assistive support sort of class and then the accessibility hierarchy class. And then all we're going to do is add the library Unity Engine.accessibility to whatever your kind of UI controller class might be. That then gives us access to creating accessibility nodes and an accessibility hierarchy. So you make a variable, private or public, of type accessibility hierarchy. You then get an array of your selectable buttons on screen. You can do that a number of ways. You can either assign it in the inspector, or you can do it programmatically using find objects of type, whichever way you want. You iterate through each of those. You call accessibility hierarchy.add node, and you add a node for every single one of those game objects, UI game objects. And then what you need to do is pass in what you want to happen when that node in the accessibility hierarchy gets selected. And you also need to tell the Android accessibility API where that exists in the screen. So you need to call .frame and pass in the frame where that box is going to outline that UI game object. So what does the code look like? Appreciate that's pretty small to read, but just for anyone who's a dev, if you want to have a brief look through that, that is one way of doing this. There are many ways of doing it. The key thing here is to make sure you do assign action to .selected. A typical way of doing this would be invoking the button.onClick event, and then it will function like a standard sort of UI object in Unity. Cool. As part of the new accessibility classes and the new accessibility package, Unity added in this accessibility hierarchy viewer, which is awesome because it means you can check, one, which order your UI game objects are going to be in the scan pattern, which is pretty important for UI optimization. You don't have to scan through every button. You want to be able to tell it which one should be first. And it also tells you where it thinks it is on the screen. A common problem that you'll run into is if you use animations on screen and you've got like a button that whizzes in from the side or something groovy like that, you'll assign on the sort of first frame that button becomes available, the frame of where the Android accessibility service thinks it should be, and it'll be somewhere off screen because it hasn't run the animation yet. So this sort of helps you debug that kind of problem. Cool. And then now we want to check it on device. I'm not sure this video is going to run, but all it is that you see the little blue menu, blue room menu option at the top there. When you press your next button on your Switch controller, that would then move to button 1, and you get a little blue outline around that. You press next, it go to the next one, next it go to the next one, so on and so forth. And then to select one, you'd select your enter button, and that would work. So, some gotchas which sort of troubled me for a time. So I'm just going to reiterate. There are a couple of ways you can pass in the frame of where the button should be. So the Android accessibility service knows where it is. One is you can just have a dot frame, which is static. So you can just pass in the outline. Better way of doing this is to assign a delegate to the frame getter. And that way, whenever you call refresh accessibility nodes, it'll run that and get the button if it's moved on the screen at any time. So that's kind of a more reliable way of doing it. And then the second thing is that nothing is going to happen if you don't assign an action to dot selected, which typically, as I say, would be button dot onClick dot invoke. Okay. Next, iOS. So Apple a few years ago launched this sort of free to download set of repos, which have a variety of services. It gives you a way to integrate with a variety of their kind of standard game kit services. The ones we care about are the core package and the Apple accessibility package. The core package, you have to have whatever of the services you're downloading. So all you do is you download those. There's a little bit of documentation on this GitHub repo that tells you how to run a Python script to build tarballs, which you then import the packages into Unity via Package Manager, as you would do with any kind of custom package. Okay, and there's a couple of ways to implement this. The most sort of straightforward GUI way is to just go through and add them as accessibility nodes on the game object, as components on the game objects that your buttons have anyway. Or you can add them programmatically, as shown below. I tend to prefer programmatically because I'm getting an array of my UI buttons anyway to add the Android support. So you might as well do Apple at the same time and then the two-in system. And some gotchas for iOS. So, Rain Mobile Input Capture is a great package that simplifies getting a sort of universal way to interact with key presses and mouse input and mouse position, etc., across different platforms. The problem you run into, though, is that the way it gets continuous mouse capture is that it creates an additional view on top of the Unity view once you've built out to Xcode. Now, what that then does is it obfuscates the UI button position on iOS. So then all of a sudden, iOS doesn't know where your Switch buttons are anymore, which is a real big problem. However, you might want continuous cursor position when you're using assistive touch for some different gameplay items. So in a moment, we'll go around a workaround for this. An additional bonus is that once you've got this going, snap to item now works. So if you're using something like a Tobii eye tracker, now when you're looking at buttons within the Unity game, it kind of does that really satisfying lock to, and you can do a dual click and it'll click through. And the same is true for Apple's new inbuilt gaze tracking system. Okay. Cool. So how do you get continuous cursor position if you're using assistive touch? The way you do that is that, well, the best way I've found so far is that you need to use hit test. And what hit test does is will give you a means of getting out the cursor position. However, you can't access this directly from the Unity code. If you get input.mouse position, as you would do in typical dev, it's just going to return 0, 0. So because of that, we have to run some native code. We have to use a C bridge so that Unity and C# land can understand where that cursor position is. And you have to run hit test within Unity view because that's where your buttons are situated. Now, you can either copy and paste this code in every time you build out to Xcode, which is a real pain for the build pipeline, particularly if you're doing a lot of testing on devices when you're testing the accessibility services. Or you can inject it at runtime, which is slightly hacky because you're like stuffing in a bunch of code into the Unity view.mm that gets auto-generated. But it is a much sort of nicer way of doing it, and you don't have to remember to do it every time you build an Xcode. Cool. So what does that look like? So we're just injecting this code. This is in Objective-C. So you're just getting the Unity positions as in the type of CG float, which is what HitDesk pulls out. We're then doing a little bit of jiggery pokery to get it into Unity units that work with where Unity thinks mouse position is, because they're slightly different. And then we're doing an extern C, what's the word? Can't think of the word. We're doing an extern C scope, and we're outputting within that get last hit test point X and get last hit test point Y. And that means that in Unity land, we can import those methods from CLand, and then we can just call the vector2 for get last hit test point. So then wherever you'd normally run input.mouse position, you can instead run this. And that way you get continuous mouse positioning, which can be really important for certain types of gameplay. A key use case for us has been we've got a open world driving game, and the eye gaze method of controlling that is you look somewhere on the screen, and if you imagine you're casting a ray into where you're looking onto whatever the terrain is, and then the car then follows that. We couldn't do that on iOS without using this method because you need continuous cursor position. Okay. All right, now that was a lot of words and a reasonable amount of code. So if you need any help doing this for your game, please do get in touch. I'd love to help, and hopefully next year I'll be back to talk about the other control methods that we're trying to cover. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. I think it's really awesome that, although it's not as easy as we would like some things to be, there is a path forward to enabling, these use cases and these accessibility features. And hopefully, if we can get more people using them, we'll be able to find other ways, advocate for it to be easier. And, it's always really exciting when you are able to unlock these experiences. So I want to thank Harry, who I know you were concerned you were showing too much code, but look, we need those details to be able to replicate your success, right? Like, we have lots of head shaking in the room of like, yes, that's exactly what we needed. So like, thank you for taking the time. So we'll have a very short break, and we will be next back with our next MicroTalk video. Thank you. All right. Thank you for accepting our shortened breaks as we get back on schedule. We are reclaiming time. So our goal is to not have to go over. Number one, because I'm sure our captioners and interpreters are going to be exhausted. And look, they got shit to do after this. So we gotta stay on time so they can do their plans this evening. I don't have my notebook, so I don't remember what talk is next, but I remember it's a pre-record, so we'll all find out together.
Hey, hello everyone, and welcome to this talk about the audio and accessibility at King, specifically in our game Candy Crush Soda. Soda is the second game on the Candy franchise, released 2 years after the mobile launch on the original Candy Crush, and it includes new features like liquid physics, multi-stage levels, spawning fishes, and a bunch of floating bubbles. My name is Edu, by the way. I'm audio lead at King, and I've been working in the industry for about 19 years now, half of them at King, luckily. Before jumping in the details, let me do a quick introduction on accessibility and inclusive design here at King. Over these years, I've had the chance to do many different things at King related to my craft, but I never got to work on accessibility features, so I was very curious and excited about this project right away from the start. As soon as I started working on the project, I asked myself, okay, so what's in there regarding accessibility in the company? Because I knew there were some initiatives, but I never kind of like deep dived into it. So the first thing that I found is that this big comprehensive document, the King's Mobile Accessibility Guidelines, where you have a list of many different accessibility topics sorted by the categories you see here on this slide. Inside each guideline category, we find a series of items, each one evaluated on risk and effort, and with a final recommendation. So for example, if you take one of the vision guidelines, could be ensure that players can read all the in-game text. This should be evaluated as high risk because players need to know what they need to do by reading it. Low effort because it's quite simple for an artist to fix it. And then with a final recommendation, which would be something like use this font size for plain text, use this other font size for bold text, use these colors, etc. So what's great about this document is that teams use this document when they start designing a feature and not afterwards as an afterthought. So accessibility is something that it's kind of like embedded right away from the get-go. Okay, so who did this big document? The Gators did. And the Gators are basically people that gather together to try to pull all of the accessibility and inclusion initiatives into one common place so that there was global visibility on everything happening on this regard across the company. The Gators don't just focus on accessibility, but also on inclusive design. You can read some of the principles on this slide, but in summary, our goal is to make the most inclusive mobile games ever. Also, for the game that we are discussing today, Candy Crush Soda, there is an additional 30 pages doc on accessibility and inclusive design with a specific info on game assets exclusive for the game. And this document borrows some points from the King's Mobile Accessibility Guidelines that I talked about, and also from Microsoft Inclusive Design Framework. So we have a global document, a dedicated global team pushing for the accessibility initiatives, and also a specific document for this game. I soon began to realize that the accessibility was already well established across the company at a broad level. Okay, so let's move on to the specific work we did for the new audio settings page. So first of all, we wanted to understand what are the most common auditory disabilities and sensitivities, and we came up with this list. The most common auditory impairment or hearing loss, pretty common. It can happen in both ears or just one ear. Hyperacusis, which is when individuals have a collapsed tolerance to environmental sound, so they need to quite a really specific audio level for them not to be distracted or annoyed. Tinnitus, ringing or other noises in one or both of your ears, which isn't caused by external sound but can be triggered by stress or fatigue. Misophonia, which is a discomfort of hearing certain type of sounds. Here the classic example is chewing sounds. And then variable sensitivity across the frequency range of human hearing. Of course, we're all different, and some people are more annoyed by the low frequencies, some other find high frequencies or mid frequencies a bit more jarring. So with knowing that we had all of these auditory disabilities and sensitivities, with those in mind, we decided to change and actually create a specific audio settings page for the games. Previously, the settings were pretty much toggles, as you will see on the next slide. There it is. This is the old settings menu. All of the options, not just audio, were there on a single space, and we only have toggles to turn off, on and off music and sounds separately. And this is the new audio settings for the game. They sit on a dedicated tab on the settings menu, and on the general tab, which you don't see here, you can find some other options related to visual effects, colors, haptics, etc. Okay, so let's see what we added in here, all of these controls. Music and sound effects volume sliders. Of course, you can now fine-tune and find the right amount of dBs for each one of these two channels. Mono audio, which would make the sound come out of both speakers equally. Balance, which will allow you to position it on the left and right headphones or even speakers if you're using them. By the way, there's a bunch of mobile devices and tablets nowadays that are stereo. Bass control, which will allow you to control the bass frequencies, and high-pitched sounds, which would act on the higher frequency spectrum. All of this all of these controls could be linked to some of the disabilities and sensitivities that we talked at the beginning. For example, the sliders for music and sounds would be useful for misophonia or hyperacusis. The mono audio, which would be really useful if you don't hear well on one of your ears, and the same for the balance, you would be able to compensate, and the bass control and the high-pitched sounds for those people who are sensitive to certain frequency ranges, etc. But again, once you add all of these options in the game, what we find is that a bunch of players which are not players with any disability or sensitivity are using it to customize it to their needs. So for the bass and high-pitched sounds sliders, we needed to come up with the frequencies that these controls would operate with. And what you see up here is the result of a testing session with some members of the audio team, writing down the frequencies and values that worked for the devices they had when we were working from home. This is just one of the tests. Afterwards, we went to the Barcelona offices and we coordinated with our QA pips to get access to many different devices. Oppo, Xiaomi, Huawei, Google, more Apple devices. And in general, we realized that we needed quite extreme ranges and values. The bass, those two sets of frequencies that we came up with, they fall a lot into the mid-range anyway, because a tiny speaker that you find on a device cannot go either very low or very high. Okay, so here you have a visual representation of what's going on when you drag those faders. So if you take a look at the bottom right, you'll see that I've pushed the bass too high and I've reduced the high-pitched sounds to low. And this is the on the left you see the EQ response. Basically for the bass I think that we ended up using 300 hertz, and for the high pitch sounds it's controlling two different frequencies, because we saw that these frequencies were something that we found on many different devices. So instead of going for a wider queue and dampened a bunch of frequencies, we were a bit more selective finding those two pieces. Okay, and this is a demo of the menu in action. Cool. And then for the fun part, once we had something close to final, we tested the menu with players with disabilities. This happened in Stockholm in February, and it's a pity that I couldn't be there at the time, because it would have been great for me to see the reactions in real time. But my buddies really did a great job there, providing all the necessary support and gathering all of their insights. The tests were done with headphones, by the way. This is the participant roster, 2 of them with ADHD, 3 using hearing aids, 1 of them deafness in one of his ears, and 2 of them having hearing sensitivities. 1 participant has tinnitus. So what did we get out of this test? Detailed descriptions. Some of the users wanted more specific information about what the controls were doing. But we wanted to keep everything under one non-scrollable tab, so we went for as simple as possible control names. The action point here was to add a tooltip for the mono control, which was the one players had the most troubles understanding. But this we already added into the new version that we released. And then update the high frequencies wording. Yeah, so based on this feedback, we changed the name of the control, because initially it was called high frequencies. And then we changed it to high-pitched sounds, which made it a bit more understandable. We also unified the slider behavior, making it work exactly as the bass control, so that they both work the same way. Direct access from the menu to the switcher. This is planned for our next iteration. And increase the font size. Yes, we took care of this, and we increased it a little bit, and it was there on the release on May. So more recommendations around granularity. Additional slider or toggle for voices. Yeah, we realized that voices in this game might be considered a temp disability. So imagine that you're walking on a dark alley at night, and you hear something like that.
Juicy.
Okay, so you can see that these voices can be somehow, you don't want them to be playing all the time, and depending on the situation, it might be that they also might be a bit disturbing if you're playing, I don't know, on the tube or something like that. So we took note, and on our next iteration, we will add a toggle for muting those music, or even a slider to be able to control the sound separately, because otherwise people might just like quit mute the audio completely, or what's worse, quit the game because they cannot play due to these voices. Yeah, more variety in music and voices. This we took care of it with the audio revamp that happened in November last year. So we went basically from 3 minutes of music to something close to 30 minutes. And add a reset button to make the audio settings go back to the initial ones. Yes, we took care of this, and we added it for our first iteration last year. Overall, I would say that the players were really excited to see the new menu and options that were available for them. They also found the controls easy to tweak. They didn't have any problem with the UX and the UI. Yeah, I can only say that even for me, like now I always play with those controls turned on. Like for example, on the device, on my Samsung device, I always play with base control all the way up. But on my tablet, I reduce the high frequencies because it's a bit more jarring. So what we were saying before about accessibility options are actually options for all of the players. Okay, so that's the end of the presentation. I want to end the presentation by saying that this sort of menu that we implemented is not uncommon on PC and console games, but they are actually really rare on casual mobiles. So even if we did this with accessibility in mind and to allow for more audio customization overall for all of our players, at the same time, we're kind of like separating ourselves from our competition and providing a product which offers more polish, more features, and more care for our user base, which is, of course, a really nice side effect to have, don't you think? Okay, so that's it. And now happy to answer any questions you might have in Discord. Bye-bye, guys.
How off-putting would it be to be in the tube and have someone say juicy like that in your ear? What I think was really buried in this talk, like it was, making audio better for this mobile game. I mean, mobile is right in the title, but I think what's key here is there are things that could apply to games on any platform, not just mobile, but console, PC, cloud, all of it. Things like being able to adjust the bass, the high pitch noises, and the overall balance between which ear. Like those are all fantastic and all things that we can learn from in the games we're working on right now. So we are going to go into our afternoon break. We are almost back on schedule. So we will release everyone and be back here at 4:20. And for those of you in person, we do have a special, are we giggling because of anyway, sorry. For those of you here in person, we do have a very time-honored tradition being served for this afternoon break. And yeah, we will see you again at 4:20. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, I'm checking to see if Ian was on top of his job, because I put him in charge of posting our snacks in the snacks and beverage channel. Okay, he did. Perfect. So for those of you at home, you can see that we had both chocolate ganache as well as some Battenberg cake, which I believe also had like a hint of rose water in it. It was quite delicious. So I'm really excited for this next talk for a couple of reasons. The first is if you've ever worked on a game that was originally on console and you've gone to port it to mobile, there is a whole host of challenges, accessibility aside, and it is a monumental effort. But there are some great games out there that are doing work to really think about accessibility in the ports from PC and console to mobile. And one of those is Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown, which is actually launching on mobile today. So we're really excited that we were able to have this talk about all of that ready for you on the launch day of the game. So let's check it out.
Hello everyone, and thanks for joining and to listen to this talk on extending accessibility to mobile in Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. My name is Alexis de Nancy. I have been working in the industry for almost 15 years in both production and now as a game content director. I joined Ubisoft Da Nang in central Vietnam when the studio opened 5 years ago. In the studio, we worked on various platforms and formats such as Ubisoft Nano, arcade web games, Valiant Hearts Coming Home, which we ported to PC and consoles, Rabbids Legends of the Multiverse, an original game for Apple Arcade, Skull and Bones in co-development with other studios in Ubisoft, and of course, why we're here today, the Mac and mostly mobile porting of Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. As you can see, I worked on both mobile and PC and console games. Having both perspectives helped me a lot for this kind of porting. I also want to say that I'm not an accessibility expert. However, this is something that I really wanted to push for this porting, both to honor the work done on the consoles version and because it is what the mobile platform needed, quite simply. Of course, all of this project would not exist, fantastic teams behind it, so I want to thank the whole team in Ubisoft Da Nang for their dedication and the team in Montpellier for crafting this amazing game. Without them, this could not have happened. So what are we going to talk about today? How to approach accessibility in a porting project, especially with demanding controls and on mobile, which leads to particular challenges. And we will also present practically a lot of the solutions and features we put in place to make the game comfortable for mobile players. For those who don't know it, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is a Metroidvania, more in details, an action-adventure platformer. It was released last year in January 2024, and it had a big focus on accessibility, being accessible by design. For more details on that aspect, I will send you back for the excellent talk of last year from Rémi Boutin that explains all the strategies that they put in place to reinforce accessibility on the title. Just to give you an overview of the accessibility focus for The Lost Crown they had, their main axes were reducing the Metroidvania cognitive load, specifically on a map with the memory shards feature. It allows you to take screenshots of any place in the game and pin it to the map automatically. This feature personally convinced me to play Metroidvanias, and I'm convinced that it will be a staple of the genre in the future. A ton of difficulty parameters for players to customize their experience, impacting the way the game is played, amount of information on screen, and generally difficulty settings. And dedicated features such as high contrast, very helpful for vision impaired players. On our side, as we focused on the mobile-only side, we focused on controls in the cognitive load and to tweak the difficulty parameters. With all of these efforts, the game went on to win plenty of awards in accessibility. Best Cognitive Accessibility and Greatest Accessibility Innovation at the Game Accessibility Conference last year, Innovation in Accessibility at the Game Awards, and Best Accessibility at Les Pégases, which is a French video game recognition award. But also many other nominations and awards won. To us in Danang, it means that it was an extra honor and motivation to work on this title, but it also represented extra pressure to release a great mobile porting, which we hope we live up to. This is a big legacy we have to uphold on the porting, but really we could not have done it without the direct guidance and support of the HD team. First off, they give us a really great starting base, as the game used the Nintendo Switch as their main platform, which meant that they worked on smaller screen and menus and text were adapted and big already, which is a great step forward for smartphones. But it also meant that the game was optimized to run at 60 FPS on a 4 GB RAM device. And generally, all of these efforts in accessibility meant that in a lot of cases, we just had to adjust existing parameters on well-tagged and organized game data. Then, during pre-production and production, we were lucky enough to benefit from their support and guidance in knowing the ins and outs of the game, discussing potential features that could echo problematics they faced, technical supporting from production, and reviews and validation of our feature for the most expert persons on the game, the original creators. We also benefited from the support of our HQ in Paris to drive the project and propose additional features. So again, thanks everyone involved on making this project happen. Let's dive in our pre-production, which is mostly research on our upcoming challenges. As it is a porting project, the scope should be pretty straightforward and predictable, so it is key to define very well the problematic from the start. Looking at it at high level, we started from a polished, strong base with a lot of customization built in. It's great news for us, as we stated before. So we know we need to identify the challenges specific to mobile, propose solutions to answer those challenges, and make sure the playtest during production confirm the features proposed are indeed helpful. By following these principles, we managed to define about 80% of our accessibility features before even onboarding the full team, as it was part of our mandate when we validated the project. The rest was either refined along the way, discoveries from playtest, or even simply ideas we did not have from the beginning. It's important to leave room for this as well. Our mission was self-appointed and part of our original proposition. We knew we wanted to bring Prince of Persia's Lost Crown to mobile audiences with no quality downgrade, meaning in gameplay comfort, content, but also visually, and keeping the game at 60 FPS on most mobile phones. Best-in-class native mobile controls. With an elaborate gameplay, this was clearly the most obvious challenge for us. Controller support, as we wanted this port to give the option to get the exact same experience as on PC and console. And dedicated accessibility features to really adapt the game to mobile as opposed to a simple port. To us, all of these conditions were the mandatory conditions so the players could enjoy a great experience on mobile. In practice, what did we face? Let's look at the obvious. The Lost Crown makes full use of the controller, meaning 15 buttons, not counting combos. That we needed to adapt to a flat surface without trigger and a small screen, that needed to display this control, which represents an extra challenge on the density of controls. Looking at it much more in detail, we have challenges that both came from the mobile platform itself and others that are particular to the game and game genre. From the mobile side, the quantity of controls on screen is a challenge. Touchscreens cannot give you a physical feedback, as the trigger resistance or the joystick hitting its limit. And something that we easily forget, most players on mobile play without sound, limiting the immersion and some features. On the platforming side, the pass or fail nature of platforming means that any input you miss will lead to death and potentially frustration. Generally speaking, platforming has a music to it, rhythmic input you need to perform, which is harder with no physical button, a high pace, and a lot of different skills to use from the character. And the endgame and optional sections are particularly challenging, and there is not much parameters you can impact to ease that challenge. On combat side, it's generally more forgiving than platforming. However, we knew the extent of work that went into the last round, allowing you to perform long and impressive combos. We wanted the players to be able to reproduce those on mobile as well. All of this wrapped makes for a lot of possible customization. One point here is to give players a lot of options, but not to overwhelm them, so we paid great attention into how the features would be introduced to the players. Now let's look at how we adapted controls from the more traditional ways to the full customization we wanted to give to the players. Starting with controller support. It is an optional feature for the game on mobile, of course, as the primary way of playing is with touch controls. It is, however, a great way to offer players the exact same experience as on PC and consoles, so it was really an obvious choice for us to keep. It's worth noting that even on mobile, it's a standard to support controller, as all these games that you have seen have it. We had to support double display, which in our case meant to only develop the touch layer and make sure we didn't break the existing layer for controller. Finally, what we found out in playtest was that players were genuinely asking for this feature. In our first playtest, it was a feature already supported, but never advertised to the player. Many requested the feature in this playtest, and it was already present. We even had one player simply trying to plug his controller to discover that it worked. So all in all, informing players early is something that you need to do to ensure that most people who want to use the feature will actually be able to use it. Now the heart of the issue here are touch controls. Here you can see comparison between our very first mockup and the final result. From first glance, they look pretty similar, but there is a lot of changes that happen. So what changed in between them? Some input types completely change. Size and position of the buttons evolved a lot, very iteratively, from playtesting both internally and externally. We tried to declutter the screen to keep the action readable. And something we cannot see on screen, we worked a lot on the button feedback when used. It's worth noting also that all the layout you see here on screen is the layout for endgame, which seems intimidating at first, but as a Metroidvania, you will start with much less skills, which means less buttons on screen, and a much more easy adaptation for the players. And progressive unlock means that the challenge grows progressively. As controls customization was part of our mission, we went beyond providing simple buttons, for instance with the dash. Of course, we offer the most intuitive option and the closest to a console experience, meaning a button on screen. But we also added an option to use a swipe movement to dash. Using those native mobile touch controls is something that we found out very helpful into proposing alternatives for the player. Taking another example with one of Sargon's time power, clairvoyance. It is essentially a toggle that allows you to switch between dimensions, as you can see here. So we propose a button with two status, clarifying the state of the power. This is what I meant by button feedback. And as an alternative, we propose a double tap input under the movement area, which has the benefit of removing one button from the screen and requires less precision when you need to quickly switch between buttons. We had more debates around the ATRA special abilities that are devastating attacks with a special mechanic. On HD, these attacks are performed by holding two buttons, parry and either melee or range attack. We preserve this method for players who are used to this control and propose two other alternatives. A dynamic HUD element, in which you swipe to trigger the ATRA attack, and what ended up being our default option, transforming the HUD in a touch zone that you can simply tap to trigger. It is an option that you can change, of course, anytime. Transforming the HUD into a button means also that it needs to be slightly out of the way, as the HUD is usually located on the side of the screen. Here, considering it's an action that you don't perform very often, it is an acceptable solution. For more frequent action, it's much more complex to decide to put it on the sides of the screen in areas that are less accessible to players. Then, beyond changing the inputs, we looked at where we could simplify or even remove controls by making them automatic. We introduced auto potion that triggers when the player health is low. Auto parry, that was a particular challenge, as you need to be able to parry anytime, even when moving and jumping around, keeping already two of your fingers busy. We ended up proposing an option that will parry if you have no touch input on the screen on the exact frame where Sargon gets it, and of course, if the attack is an attack that Sargon can parry already. And finally, to ease combat, we added an auto-hit feature that will trigger the melee attack when close to an enemy. You will still be able to use direction and other skill to perform devastating combos, but it's removing a few of your inputs, which is the most frequent one, melee attack. It's worth noting that both auto potion and auto parry remove one button from the screen, helping to clear the action. With all these extensive functions, and even considering the ones that we explored but ended up not shipping, what we learned is that you need to test a lot of options. And ultimately, you still need to propose a default option to players. What we found out in there is that you need to try bold options first, such as using swipe moves, screen borders, or no input at all, like on auto parry. Trying them first means that you don't rely solely on it will work as a button, which can bring tremendous improvements and not be necessarily the obvious first choice. Don't be afraid to multiply options, especially if you intend to keep options open to the player. Different players will have different preferences, and it's great to cater to all players. And of course, playtesting is a great source of learning. We refined a lot the default controls, but also their position and size on screen. We saw, for instance, that most of our important controls were jump, dash, and melee, and they deserve bigger and more convenient buttons. We also noticed that players missing the buttons in playtest, so all buttons were made slightly bigger to avoid this. Finally, we saw that this triangle of inputs needs to stay close to each other so that it's easy to switch between those very key actions that are the most repeated ones. Finally, something to not neglect if you're going to keep a lot of options open to your players is that you will need to adapt all of your tutorials multiple times and make sure that they're compatible with the selected setup by your player. So now that we have a ton of options for players to choose from, how to give them access to try various options and to do it in a way that is not overwhelming for players. Well, for this, we built a controls customization feature accessible anytime from the pause menu. It includes a gym to test your controls with platforms and one enemy. This particular scene also allows the player to practice moves and test out the controls in a safe environment. We also provided free profiles so that the player can test different setups and alternate between them very quickly. We saw some players were, for instance, making a setup for platforming and another one for combat. Looking at it more closely, for any button, you can change their size, position, and transparency. We discovered in playtest that some players hold their phones very differently than what you would expect, making this feature very useful to them. And so they had a lot of fun playing interactively with those changes. You can also change input methods when an alternative is available, here seen with the player movement, where the alternative pad is also customizable in shape very extensively. And more generally, you can activate any accessibility option we introduced from this feature directly. Once we had our full set of controls and controls customization, we sent a build to Montpellier in the fall of 2024. What they gave us was the best confirmation we could ask for. One of their developers, Matthew Isidore, who was the GPP responsible of 3Cs on the game, sent us back this video of his favorite combo, proving that the game controls were ready to execute even the most complex action in the game. I'll let you enjoy the combo until the end. And as a side note, we also did similar tests on all the platforming sections to ensure that even the most difficult sections were performed easily with touch controls. First off, we look at visual cues we could add. To compensate the lack of physical feedback, we added an arrow around Sargon at all times. This helps both to know where your finger is and generally offers better precision. It's also something you can turn off manually, but it will be on by default on all profiles. Mobile players, mostly playing without audio, also required few visual feedback to replace audio when it was necessary. Here seen with the pulse around the Prosperity Bird amulet, which indicates the location of a treasure. Then we looked at what rules we could change on the player movement to make platforming easier. It's worth noting that we also had the constraint of not breaking the existing gameplay. So we ended up with two adjustments. Wall grab hold, that allows you to control when you can slide from walls, allowing for safe breaks in long platforming sequence. You can still slide down manually. Double air dash, proposing an additional dash without touching the ground. This is particularly tricky in a Metroidvania when you don't want players to access locked areas matching with their progression. Both of these features are off by default to preserve the original game experience, but will help a few players that struggle in some particular areas of the game. As it is a Prince of Persia game, it allowed us to play with time and how we bend it. The HD version already introduced a few specific slow motion uses in the controls. We looked into extending those to make them comfortable to mobile players. These are tiny changes, hard to notice, but they end up making a difference when you encounter those particular moments. And then there's what we call Time Lord, a major optional feature suggested by Montpellier, where we can slow down time to 75%. This gives the player a larger reaction time between inputs, which is very helpful when buttons are not physical and generally helps lower the challenge both for platforming and combat in anything that is a bit time sensitive. Finally, we brought back a feature similar to what you could find in Rayman Origins or Legends, other great platforming games from Montpellier. It plays around the number of times Sargon dies on the same soft respawn point. After 5 consecutive deaths, we offer the player a shield as a pickup item, which grants 1 hint of invincibility. We made sure in our design to introduce visual feedback compatible with colorblind players, with the shield icon in addition to the HP bar color change and the VFX around Sargon. We found that this can make a huge difference in those pass or fail moments, as you have 1 chance for a mistake and to recover from it. To further guide players, we also added extra hint after 10 deaths, gives a message to the player suggesting to explore other accessibility and difficulty options. And after 30 days, we leverage a feature from HD, the platforming assist, that will open an optional portal allowing you to skip an entire level. There are a lot of parameters and options, even more now on mobile. This should be considered for the player, as we needed to make their life simple by proposing clear choices. We use the existing profiles in HD, using minor tweaks adapted for mobile, such as the multi-directional parry option that is on for every player on the platform by default. In difficulty option, we added one profile targeted specifically for mobile that we call Fighter. This allowed to preserve the existing profiles for players who want the exact same experience as on consoles, or for instance, players who would play with a controller. Finally, we added few options of our own, such as the boss HP, again a suggestion from our collaboration with Rémi Boutin. This really helped, as it was revealed in playtest, bosses represent an additional challenge requiring more precision in combat than regular enemies, and needed specific adjustments for mobile. All in all, as a developer, we saw that too many options could really become overwhelming for players. At the same time, players need to be informed about the existence of the features your team worked hard to develop. The compromise we found was to communicate with the player early and in obvious ways. We proposed an additional controls playstyle screen that matched three profiles. Those who want the same experience as on PC and consoles, even better when played with a controller. Or recommended setup for mobile, with few adjustments and low automation. And finally, a more casual profile, using auto potion, auto parry, and slowing down time to 90% by default. It's worth noting that some of the features we added to the game are never proposed by default, even for the most casual profile. We also pushed a control reminder before playing that gives players the access to controls customization, giving this feature more visibility and enhancing the chance that players will use it. And we took the opportunity of the news feature already present to add specific message for players, targeting our controls and accessibility feature. All things considered, we hope that all players will see those and that they will know how to use them and when to use them, if necessary, to their own experience. Wrapping up this talk with our lesson learned. For game porting from PC and consoles to mobile, accessible design is great design. On complex games that you want to bring to mobile, this is answering the needs for most players and must be part of our plan, especially if you want to reach large audiences. Following a classic production pipeline, but worth reminding because it's always useful, you need to study your challenges and particularities early, looking at the concurrence on both mobile and PC and consoles. Some accessibility features were straight up inspired by other games we saw on the market. Draft your plan according to these challenges. Iterate a lot, leverage playtests to refine your features. And finally, if possible for your team, keep the original team involved. You will never find people that are more experts and passionate about the game than they are, and it is an extremely valuable resource to get an opinion on your game. Funny enough, today, April 14th, marks the release of the game on both App Store and Google Play. I invite you all to download the game and try out the features mentioned in this talk in the free trial of the game that is giving you the introduction to the first 20 minutes, for instance. We really hope this sneak peek will allow you and future players to see all the love put in this adaptation. Thank you for your time. I hope this was useful for you. I want to thank again the full team in Da Nang that make this amazing porting, Montpellier's team for their unwavering support, and everyone who helped in preparing this presentation. Thank you.
What I really loved about everything that was covered in this talk was the intentionality of the port to mobile. There was specific thought in identifying the unique challenges and needs the players on mobile were going to experience and face. After they identified those challenges, they came up with solutions and then tested them and then iterated based on that feedback to make sure it was a great experience. And then they worked to inform players in game to let them know they were there in multiple ways. And again, were very thoughtful and again, intentional about what they were doing. And I think that's one of the key things that we need to think about when porting these experiences to make sure that we are crafting great products when we are doing these ports, is that intentionality and that thought process. I mean, honestly, amazing work by everyone who worked on this port. It's incredibly impressive to see the amount of thought that went into it. And, you know, like it said, accessible design is great design. And you can check it out for yourself today, because like they said, officially launching today. So we will have a short break and we'll be back with our last talk of day one. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Waiting to make sure our closed captions are here. All right, perfect. I do want to let everyone know that the assistant VSL interpreter, the CAT, that was free. We did not pay for that. We're really excited to get such high quality service from our VSL team. You know, we didn't know that we got assistance. And again, we appreciate the high quality. It made us very happy. So we are getting ready to close out the end of day one with our final talk. So in this one, what I love about this upcoming talk, it's a pre-record, is, you know, it's described on the website as a candid retrospective. And that's true. It shares what went well, what they had to change, what they learned, all while, you know, building a sustainable R&D pipeline for Able to Play. And so I'm excited to kick off the last talk of day one for all of you to watch. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you so much for joining for this session. Mind the Gap, the agile and accessible research and development behind Able to Play. My name is Armand Nobari. I'm the founder and CEO of a game studio called Good Trouble, and we're building an accessible games discovery platform called Able to Play. My goal is that when this session concludes, you feel better equipped to jump right into the unknown, ask big, audacious questions, talk with players, talk with users, and ultimately build more accessible games, websites, apps, and products. So without further ado, let's get started. Here's our agenda for this session. First, we'll cover a quick background on myself, why you should believe even a single sliver of a word that I tell you. We'll then dive into a primer on agile research and development pipelines, unpacking what the heck that even means, where this line of thinking comes from, how it relates to games. How R&D happens is such a huge topic. So just to give you a heads up, I'm going to focus on small team R&D because I find it to be the most empowering for individuals to affect change on a team and project level. Really ground level steps to execute an R&D plan. Later in the FAQ section, I'll even have some tips in case you are powerless to change how a team is working, how to still use this process and pipeline tips to kind of advocate for change instead. With that in mind, I'll walk you through a retrospective of some specific steps we took while creating, running, and scaling our R&D pipeline that had the biggest impact while we researched and developed Able to Play. At the end, I'll cover some frequently asked questions that I've seen come up through my career, and I'll let you know how to get in touch with me in case you have questions or need help on a related topic. So who am I, and why should you trust a single word that I have to say? My name is Armand Nobari. I've had a 15-year career focused on building accessible products at places like YouTube, where I was on the community UX team. I've worked with some absolutely incredible user researchers. I've integrated data and research practices at every step of my career, and I've seen how data and really crispy R&D practices can bring order and nuance to otherwise really messy and stressful projects. And that's part of why I'm so excited to kind of share all of this in a talk with you today. I'm also the founder of an accessibility-focused game studio called Good Trouble. Prior to founding Good Trouble, I co-ran a product design agency also focused on accessibility. Because so much of my career was focused outside of the games industry, I try to bring a fresh perspective to solving challenging problems in games, especially with regards to accessibility. And finally, I'm a cancer survivor that lives with a disability. I fought cancer earlier in life, I kicked its butt, and surviving that experience really put a fire in me. To kind of turn the pages back, me and my friends in the hospital really loved playing games together, but they couldn't always play games in the same way that I could just jump in due to various accessibility concerns or disability considerations. I found myself often kind of being the controller for my friends. They would tell me where to go or what to do, and I would just make that happen. Or for games I was really familiar with, I would first pop open the settings and change key bindings or hotkeys, adjust and fine-tune things to make it easier for them to play. My treatment for cancer was really aggressive, and while it left me living with multiple disabilities, honestly, I'm a really cheerful person. I can't really complain. I absolutely love life, and I love moments like this where I get to share really cool stuff with some awesome people. So thank you again for being here. Today's session is a small look behind the curtain of Able to Play, a games discovery platform that makes it easier than ever to know how accessible games are to you. I'm not going to disclose our 11 herbs and spices, but rather I'm going to share some fundamental techniques that any team on any kind of project, game or website or app or what have you, can integrate and adopt to build an R&D pipeline that can turn big, audacious questions into tangible products or end results in a structured and repeatable fashion. So let's dive right into a primer on Agile R&D pipelines. No prior experience needed. Let's really get started. What the heck do I even mean by Agile R&D pipelines? What does that mean? So first up, Agile. This is an iterative approach to project management and product development that emphasizes rapid adaptation, continuous delivery, and close collaboration and feedback loops with users. Some might suggest that Agile means exactly one specific thing, but really it's more of a collection of methodologies and principles to building in this sort of adaptive, flexible, feedback-driven way. In an R&D context, this means we're regularly running and fine-tuning research based on emerging data and user feedback, rather than following a rigid, predetermined plan. So we've got a North Star for where we're going, we know what we're building, we know who we're building it for, but we're also still asking questions along the way, checking for biases, and building iteratively. R&D means research and development. It's a systematic and integrated approach to investigating problems, uncovering data, and experimenting to gain new knowledge and create novel solutions to problems. A key part of the R&D process is reflecting on the results of an experiment and then measuring, are we getting closer or further from our success criteria? It's really, a tool set of objective, neutral kind of questions to just ask and measure. Are we getting closer? Is it hot or cold? Are we asking the right questions to even determine what our success criteria should be? So R&D basically means, we're going to figure this out and build it while still learning about the thing we're building. And by pipeline, I mean, we're talking about an interconnected process where the output of one stage becomes input for the next. So in other words, earlier parts of the process inform the later parts of the process. Altogether now, as a way to approach things, it means you're centering your research efforts on actual users, not hypothetical ideas, not purely academic statistics, but real users with real lived experience. And you're building iterations of the thing you're making, starting small at first, testing to see how it feels or lands with users, testing to see how effective initial and incremental decisions are, making refinements, and then building out the other parts in a similar way. And when you anchor these efforts on a clear North Star and have a compelling vision to work with, this style of R&D can be really adaptive and flexible. It means that the bigger, more critical pieces get built out incrementally, and it means that along the way you're clarifying the vision you're building towards as you learn new things. For accessibility, this is huge. There's no monolithic model of accessibility. There's no single magic box to tick. So when you're building in this iterative, incremental way, you ensure that new data, new perspectives, and new information about how the people with various disabilities interact with the thing that you're building are heard, understood, and integrated, not just into the plan, but also into the team's understanding of the problem space. It can kind of help develop team-wide curiosity and team-wide empathy for anticipating and understanding the different perspectives and viewpoints of people with disabilities maybe we've never personally considered, despite being the people trying to build and solve for those needs. So to close out the primer section for anyone who's unfamiliar with this style of working, this is what it looks like as a continuous process. You establish your next starting point. This is either a first step or a next step. This could mean deciding we're going to build something, deciding we're going to learn something, but you basically just set an initial small, the best next smallest step. You determine the most relevant gap in your knowledge, and you both talk to people about it and analyze existing artifacts that you find online or in the world or that you have access to. You use what you learn there to build the next iteration or prototype of what you're ultimately building. You keep the scope of what you build in this small step just enough to apply what you've learned. And you can apply this to creating levels, game mechanics, sign-up flows, basically anything. Then you test what you built and measure if it's closer or further from your end goal, your success criteria. The core idea here is you're not building in a silo. You're getting feedback and hearing what people think as your concepts become reality. From there, you'll have everything you need to take the next step. Either we got to roll it back, we weren't asking the right question, we got further away from success, or maybe it's more neutral and we should, refine a little bit more and try again, or, you get a big green light, go decision, we're on the right track. You continue this process for the entire development of the project. If it seems like a lot or like it's very science-based, it is. Building companies and games and websites and apps, building anything is freaking hard. Working as a team can be hard. Getting deep into project timelines and realizing you built the wrong thing is a nightmare. Sometimes nothing makes sense. We managed to electrify rocks, and now we can control lights on a screen to tell a story. That's so freeform and magical, and it's easy to forget that when an entire team of people try to solve a freeform problem, especially when making art, it just gets messy. That's why I rely on these more R&D and product grounded principles and workflows to make sense of it all. And that's why this style of working is so effective. It's a repeatable process. Every step is relatively bite-sized, and ultimately, you're building something for other people to use. So it cuts right to the chase and gets to the user feedback really quickly. If users feel like something isn't working right, if players feel like the level is not working right or the mechanics are floaty or what have you, it's so much better to hear that early, take it on the chin, and know that there's still more work to do. And then you adapt. On the other hand, if you put something in front of users or players and they absolutely love what you've built, why not hear that sooner? Especially as it comes to the topic of accessibility. If you are trying to be very, adaptive, very accessible, preempting people's needs and really trying to empathize and understand what someone's lived experience, their challenges playing a certain genre, you work really hard at it, you put it in front of them, and they either say, nice try, but you're misunderstanding the problem, that's so good to use as part of this process. Similarly, if you go through all that trouble and they absolutely love what you've built, what a validation for those efforts. It's always good to, get out of the silo. It's going to be scary the first few times if you're not used to it. Trust me, I promise you, the users you are ultimately trying to serve do not have it out for you, at least in a structured research context. Who can say what lurks behind the horrors of social media? So with the primer wrapped up, let's dive into Able to Play. Again, no 11 herbs and spices here. It's fairly high level, but very focused on the impactful steps of our R&D pipeline. So back when I was in the hospital going through chemo, I would help my hospital friends play games. Sometimes I would provide the inputs to achieve what they wanted to see happen on the screen. Other times I would, use my library of Steam games to just try and anticipate their needs. I had a friend with a limb difference, so I picked games with, pretty forgiving mobility controls. One of my closest friends, just after chemotherapy, had photosensitive epilepsy. So I knew, okay, I gotta help them find a game that doesn't have any sudden flashings or really aggressive patterns or glitch effects and things like that. Other times I would just help friends configure their games so that they would have an easier time jumping in without needing to worry about the settings and whatnot. This experience really stuck with me. And when I founded Good Trouble, it really led me right from the jump to ask one specific question. How do you know if you can play a game? And as it turns out, it's really complicated. Abilities and disabilities are complex and nuanced and deeply personal topics. You might have a limb difference. You might be blind or partially sighted. You might be a busy parent needing to hold a baby while you are gaming with your one free hand. Accessibility needs are a spectrum, and they go beyond specific disability associations. Everybody can benefit from asking themselves, what are my accessibility needs? Ultimately, I believe it just comes down to the build quality of a game or a product. A game's price, if it requires an internet connection, if the UI has too much animation, all of these things might make a game or a product a complete non-starter for somebody. It's not just one, it's not just a dozen, it's not even just 24 boxes to tick. So we set out to really not just solve this problem, but deeply understand this problem and really check our biases at the door. So first, we decided the best way to start this out was we just want to go and talk with gamers with disabilities. And sure, I have my own lived experience. Plenty of folks that I grew up with, friends and family members, play games and have disabilities, sure. But I wanted to really check my biases. And with a problem space and topic as big as this question demands, how do you know if you can potentially play any game? We knew we needed to ask a lot of gamers in a lot of places with access to a lot of different devices and budgets and lived experiences about what their accessibility related challenges are, what their pain points are, what their experiences are, what their hopes and dreams are, really. The only problem was, at this point, it was me and my co-founder just trying to figure this out in the margins of our other studio work, which was already 6 days a week full-time commitment. So we were kind of in this corner of pain, starting this out. Extremely small team, extremely limited resources, extremely limited time, and we are mere mortals. So to reference this diagram from before, we knew that we needed to talk with gamers with disabilities about their experience, and now we had to figure out a way to do that, to research the most relevant gap in our knowledge of understanding this problem space, and specifically to do that at a meaningful scale to a meaningful depth. So even this alone, first step, it felt like such an audacious task. So we broke it down into some key considerations. We need to have something that can rapidly scale. We need something where we can identify gaps in our data, ideally very easy. We need something that doesn't take a lot of time to run. We were already, working mad hours, 6 days a week on other stuff. We knew we had to take this on, and sometimes the reality is that, there's no one else to do the job. So we needed something that could kind of maybe run on autopilot, we hoped. And to make it even more difficult, free would be really nice. Free would be a big benefit. If we had to catch one win, free would be good. And there's nothing like that out of the box. It's like, asking for the most amazing magic trick to just pop into existence in front of you. It's just not going to happen. So we had to design our process from scratch. And we decided the best way to run this research was to use surveys, since they're relatively straightforward to make. There's free tools out there, and once sent out, they can be completed asynchronously. If you've talked with or worked as, someone in the user research field, surveys are a really reliable way to get scale, qualitative and quantitative data. They're really flexible, and they're, people are used to filling out surveys. So we put all the eggs in the one basket. It could have blown up in our face. Thankfully, it didn't. I'm happy to share the results. We made an initial survey. We kept it fairly high level, and we indicated that since it was a very brief survey, only a few total questions, we might select some participants for future paid research. No upfront incentive means that this survey would be very simple to make and run, and from there, we'll handle one-on-one paid testing with a different process later in the pipeline. Our focus at this point was just getting an absolute ton of baseline foundational information from our target users in as many places and through as many conditions, through as many lived experiences as possible. To scale our research to the degree that we wanted, while still operating within the bounds of reality and our constraints, and those 4 goals we were trying to hit, we decided to use an approach called the snowball method. It's sometimes also called referral sampling, but snowballs are way more fun and way more visual. At the end of our survey, we had one last question. Would you please send this survey to anyone you think should have their voice heard as part of this project? It's a very earnest question. No growth hacking, no guilt tripping, just earnestly asking, would you please send this to anyone that you think should have their voice heard as part of this project? And earlier in the survey, we explained a bit about what the project was, so they could at least feel that there was a tangible outcome as a result of this survey, and it wasn't just them, depositing insights about their life into some mysterious black box. By starting with a small group of participants who then refer other potential participants, we gradually increase our sample size like a snowball growing as it rolls downhill. So it can lead to pretty exponential sample size growth without a lot of micromanaging. But before I say even a single word more about the snowball method, there's one big point of caution that needs to be accounted for. Any good researcher prior to this slide was probably shaking their head saying, you got to mention that this style of participant recruiting has an inherent sampling bias. And as similar participants tend to be gathered from within the same network, you have to account for that. So we did. To counteract the sampling bias, you need to ensure that your survey has some sort of demographic question. That way you can monitor if respondents are heavily over-indexing one way or another. In our case, we asked a high-level categorical question. Do you identify as having a disability in any of the following categories? And then a list of various categories. This is one of the total of 4 or 5 questions in this initial survey. And even when people who did not identify as having a disability completed the survey, those insights were useful too. Because we had that demographic question, we could see where our snowball was getting lopsided. At one point, we noticed that we weren't getting many survey responses from people who identified as having one certain category of disabilities, So I reached out on social media, on forums, but also offline, calling ADA clinics, calling professors, specifically asking if folks who have that disability or a similar disability could fill out a survey to help a games accessibility project. I varied not just who I was asking, but where and how I was asking, reaching out to universities, care centers, and friends all over the world. Those efforts helped course correct and counteract our sampling bias. Not to mention, we were seeing pretty high conversion rate for survey participants, recruiting other survey participants. This let us run the research basically on autopilot with some course correcting as we monitored the data for free. After 2,463 responses gathered over the course of just 3 weeks, we had the answers we were looking for. We developed not just a cursory understanding of the accessibility landscape as it pertained to what we were building, but we had amazing ideas and suggestions coming in through the survey. Of those 2,463 respondents, we also had our initial alpha testing group, reliable folks to ask follow-up questions to, insightful people to do paid testing with, worldwide representation of over 150 different disabilities, ultimately leading us to the impactful insights we needed to build Able to Play. Beyond the product insights and data, we also had our first community members from this group, power users who wanted the thing we were building to exist in the world. And let's be so real, going from 0 to 1 is always so challenging, and having a community to rely on honestly changes everything, from future ideation sessions to just helping get the word out. All right, so home stretch. Let's jam through some frequently asked questions relating to everything I've covered, inspired by conversations and consultations and headaches throughout my career. Can the snowball method or agile R&D practices work for solo developers, weekend warriors, people doing their own side projects? Absolutely yes. If you're going to go solo on a project, one of the biggest headaches is that there's no structure. It's just you. You're making the rules, you're setting the agenda, you're taking the steps. It can be exhausting and daunting. Relying on a framework like this can be really helpful, even if it's just guardrails or guidelines or just kind of a napkin sketch of the steps that you plan to take in a certain order. It can even be helpful just to reference as a reminder to not only ask questions but check your biases as you develop features, plan gameplay, design a UI, things like that. So absolutely, if you're recruiting play testers or survey respondents or what have you, the snowball method is really great. And agile R&D practices are awesome whether you're a team of 1 or 100. What if you're on a huge team and powerless to change a team's process? This is what I alluded to in the intro. Ask questions, use it for advocacy. Ask questions like, do we know why we're building this? Have users told us why they want this or that they want this? Ask questions like, how will we measure if what we're doing is successful? You don't have to be the person to unilaterally change a team's process. It would be wonderful if everyone had that power and could be heard to make positive changes happen, but team dynamics are just as messy as trying to get rocks to electrify a screen and make lights tell us a story. You can follow the general flow of this framework to prompt questions in a team environment, to guide discussion, even if you cannot unilaterally change the process. So asking questions along the lines of that agile R&D process, advocating for a pipeline, an actual flow of work, and not just everyone boiling the ocean. Ask questions. Do we know why we're building this? Have users told us they love this? If I was differently abled, would I be able to use this in the way that we all think this should be used? Just ask those questions. And with that, thank you so much. It's a wrap. Thank you so much for your time today. If you're working on a game that has cool accessibility features, or you're a publisher who wants to support your portfolio, please reach out. Let me know how either I or Able to Play can help. And my name is Armand Nobari. Thank you again so much for your time, and take care.
I think that was a great talk to end the day on because it covered so much. I mean, one of the things that was highlighted is there are going to be so many barriers that people can hit when wanting to access a game. You know, it's not just whatever they are going through themselves, whatever disability they may have that can vary day to day, but even things such as price or their infrastructure of where they live can impact their ability to play and block people from playing games. But we can learn from people about what those barriers are. And of course, doing something like the surveys that were described here aren't going to be the same as doing a larger scale, paid, proper user research study. But with even just a few questions, you can learn about who's invested in answering these questions and even start to build your own pool of play testers to pull from for those larger research studies that you want to do. But the other thing I loved about this snowball way of doing things, this refer a friend, is it taps into, again, what was said earlier, the community. If you can tap into a community and get them to spread the word, you can start building your ways that you are getting information from players. You can get that base info, you can build up people who could be who you want to have in your future user research studies. And that sets you up for success. And then once you have that information, yeah, there's still going to be work. You're still going to have to work within the systems you have. You're going to have to advocate all of the other things that were hit there. But you can start by finding basic information. And we all know that we make the best choices when they're educated choices. And again, you can be intentional about the work you're doing when you're informed. So I think there's so much that we can learn from this talk. So yeah, an amazing thing to be ending the first day on. And with that, as we come to a close, a few things that I want to call out. So we have our live captioning provided by 121 Captions, and our captioner this afternoon has been Ewan Williams. You did fantastic, sir. Round of applause for our captioner this afternoon. And we have had two amazing British Sign Language interpreters here today, as well as an assistant. So they are from the BID Interpreting. So Emil and Duncan, thank you so much for all of your hard work. You've been absolutely fantastic today. And you've also been fantastic, which is rolling with all of our tech issues this morning and taking it in stride. So thank you for being way more professional than I have been all day. You guys are the real MVPs. Yeah, another round of applause. Now, we did have some people, North America, finally joining us at the end of the live stream, so they missed a lot. So this is your reminder for all of you just joining us due to time zone differences that everything is also live streamed to YouTube today. So as soon as we finish off this broadcast, you'll be able to go back and watch all of the content from earlier today so that you can immediately catch up on everything you missed. And one of the reasons we're able to put everything online for free, as well as make this event as accessible as we strive to have it, is because of our sponsors. And I cannot stress this enough. It was hit on particularly in Ame's talk today that it's a challenging time to be working in this field. It's an even more challenging time to try to get sponsors for events like this. We are run by a group of volunteers who will get all their proper calls and things out at the end of tomorrow. But it takes a lot of work to convince people to give us money so that we can have this event. So I again want to thank our sponsors, and I'm just gonna list them all off. So thank you again to our gold sponsors of Sony Interactive Entertainment and Xbox, our silver sponsors of Amazon Games and Rockstar, and our bronze sponsors for this year, Ubisoft, Tencent, Riot Games, Player Research, Descriptive Video Works, Alchemy Labs, Scopely, Electronic Arts, Reed Speaker, and then finally, Shara. For those of you who don't know, Shara is just Shane, my best friend, Tara, put together. It's our like little couple name, Shara. And so every year we have just a pool of people who have donated on their own, or we have done fundraising for. And Shara is the representative of just all of the individual donors who help make this event happen. And we do have them. You're able to get a ticket that's basically like, oh, you can't show up in person, but you want to give us $10. Perfect. We love that. And so I want to give a huge round of applause to anyone who's attending here in person or virtually who paid for this or donated out of your own pocket. Because it's incredibly important to us to be able to, again, try to make this affordable and accessible. And these folks are literally putting their own money towards it. So a huge round of applause to all of our sponsors and donors. And with that, we are officially wrapping up the day. For everyone online, we will see you tomorrow again at 10 a.m. for day 2. And for everyone here in person, you are now officially dismissed to go to the reception for snacks and beverages. Thank you so much. You all have been absolutely wonderful, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.